Good morning. I think we're gonna get started here. Forgive my voice. I lost it, as many of us have had some, stuff going on a few weeks ago, but now it's just I can't talk, which my wife Jenny likes that now. So anyhow, welcome. And we're really glad you're here today. My name's Steve Palmer. I'm a professor in the Department of Health Sciences, and I'm one of the leads on the Arizona Biomedical Research Center grant through NAU's CHER that has funded this event as well as 4 others that we've held this year. So let's see. This is our 5th and final Center for Health Equity Research, Biomedical Research Center funded conference for this fiscal year. These conferences are offered through NAU's CHER and are supported by the ABRC. John Garcia, I believe he may be attending online today. He is the director of the Arizona Biomedical Research Center. So thanks to John for your support. Let's see. I'd also like to recognize Nick Beckett, who has helped coordinate and take care of all the details for our tremendous speakers and all the travel. So thank you, Nick. Yep, thank you, Nick. And then also we've got Aaron and our and Billy, I think it was, who are our tech support for today. So thanks to you all as well. So our programming this year started with a look at burnout in healthcare. Dr. Bernadine Melnick from the Ohio State University keynoted that conference. Our second conference featured NAU's Dr. Janie Ingram and Dr. Michael Charles from Cornell, along with Hussein Lin and Nikki Kosh from ADHS for a conference on the healthcare response to water scarcity and quality. In May, we returned to Yuma for our 6th annual conference on border health. We featured research from Arizona and Mexican universities, which was a tremendous event. And it was all directed towards border health. So today, I welcome you to a conference looking beyond BMI, Unraveling the Complexities of Weight, Stigma, and CHER. This conference was planned and coordinated by Drs. Don Clifford. So Don, raise your hand. Megan Meyer. We have Natalie Pepini, who is unable to make it today. And then Jay Sutliff from NAU's Department of Health Sciences, as well as Cindy Beckett, who has helped coordinate all of our events. So great job coordinating and putting this conference together for your work. Okay, they've brought many nationally recognized speakers and panelists that we're looking forward to hearing from today. So thank you once again for your work. Thank you all for coming. And now I'm going to turn it over to our moderator for the day, and that is Dr. Don Clifford. So Dr. Clifford, she's a professor in the Department of Health Sciences at Northern Arizona University. She has a bachelor's in nutrition and dietetics from NAU, worked as an outpatient dietitian in the greater Los Angeles area for a number of years. She then went to she went to Colorado State University, where she completed her master's and doctoral degrees in nutrition science. She served as a didactic program coordinator and dietetics director at California State University, Chico for 10 years prior to us stealing her and bringing her back to NAU, where she was a competitive swimmer, I do want to say. Dr. Clifford, she conducts research in non-diet approaches to health and well-being and behavior change counseling techniques. She's also the co-author of Motivational Interviewing in Nutrition and Fitness, and is an accomplished speaker on motivational interviewing and non-diet approaches. So Don, thank you so much for coordinating and then moderating today's event.
Hello, welcome everyone. We're so glad you're here, and thank you to Steve Palmer for tapping me on the shoulder a while back. I think it was around this time last year when you said, we want to do a conference related to the research and work that you do in weight inclusive care, and I was just over the moon. And I said, that's great, as long as I can recruit a few friends. And so I recruited Megan and Natalie, and we had a great time this year. Talking and encouraging speakers to come and figuring out all the pieces. And we're just thrilled to be able to offer this to local providers and local faculty. And without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker. It's also been really fun, by the way, to see some of the students who completed our Masters of Public Health and Nutrition return for this conference. That just brings me so much joy to see you in this room. All right, Glenn, we're super excited for you. Dr. Glenn Gaser is a professor of exercise physiology in the College of Health Solutions at Arizona State University. And prior to being at ASU in 2008, Dr. Gaser had faculty appointments at the University of Virginia and UCLA. I enjoyed seeing Dr. Gaser speak at the SCAN conference a couple of years ago on fitness and fatness, and he has published extensively on obesity, exercise, and health, emphasizing that the health benefits associated with exercise are largely independent of weight loss. His non-weight loss centered approach to treating obesity-related health conditions was first introduced to the public with his groundbreaking book, Big Fat Lies, The Truth About Your Weight and Your Health, first published in 1996. And since then, Dr. Gaser has published a number of review articles, commentaries, book chapters on the subject, and has more than 300 invited national and international presentations on the importance of fitness over fatness as a predictor of health status and mortality risk. Let's welcome Dr. Glenn Gaser.
All right, thank you for that introduction. Yes, it's nice to have you mention that book, Big Fat Lies. It's been almost 30 years now since it was published. And I've been giving the same talk for the last 30 years. So to give you some idea of why I have to keep doing this, when Big Fat Lies was published, I was at the University of Virginia at the time in Charlottesville. And when it was released, it got a lot of media attention. As you might expect, it was very counter to the current conventional wisdom on obesity and how we should treat it. So I was really excited about this. One of the local newspapers interviewed me in my office and published a story on it. I was anxious to read it. And so sure enough, it came out and I read it. And she had interviewed, in addition to me, 4 other people for the story. One was a spokesperson for the American Heart Association. 2 were clinicians at weight loss clinics in the Charlottesville area, and 1 was a nurse at the University of Virginia. So all 4 denounced the book. One of them said it was heresy. They said, everyone knows that overweight is bad for you. It's just a no-brainer. And my first reaction was, speaking of no brains, but all 4 admitted they had not read the book, nor had they heard about it. This is one of the problems we face when individuals just do not want to hear something that is counter to basically their worldview. So why is this important, talking about weight loss versus fitness? It's important because of this. If you look at the prevalence of dieting or any kind of weight loss attempt, and there's a lot of references down at the bottom you can't read, but they stem from studies that have basically published data on surveys of individuals that have undergone weight loss attempts from the 1960s on through to the 2010s. And I don't have any current data other than late teens that suggests that this is going to be any different. But you can see that there's a dramatic increase in the prevalence of weight loss attempts. So very low, maybe 1 out of 10 people back in the 60s. Now it's nearly half of the individuals undergo weight loss attempts. So if you look at the census data that have been published during the same time, as I have done, and you do some arithmetic on this in terms of the percentages of people that have tried a weight loss at any time in their life, and you look at the census data and do the math on this, there are about 3 billion weight loss attempts during the period of time that obesity prevalence has increased. So if you do some kind of math on this, you figure, hey, wait, 3 billion, that's more than we have in the United States. That's more people who have lived in the United States during its entirety, all right? So something's amiss here, and this is the problem, all right? So if you look at obesity prevalence, you can see over pretty much the same period of time, from the 60s to the current days now. The point at the very far right is projected at 2030. Right now, the current prevalence of obesity is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 43% based upon NHANES data. So we've had all these weight loss attempts, and we're basically getting fatter as collectively as a country. So obviously they're not working, all right? So who knows, maybe in another few years, all the GLP-1 agonists that are out there, maybe they'll solve the problem. I don't know. A lot of the preliminary evidence suggests they have massive weight loss associated with these drugs over the first 6 months to a year. Long-term follow-up, who knows? Plus the expense of the drugs. We're not sure how that's going to go. So about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I was contacted by one of the editors at iScience in the Cell Press group to see if I'd be interested in writing an article on this issue of obesity treatment. And so I said, sure. And this is the graphical abstract that I came up with to look at this. So if you look at this, there are two avenues you can basically choose from. One is the weight-centric approach, which we've been on for decades, and the other is the weight-neutral approach. If you look at the weight-centric approach, on the left-hand side, you'll see that you get weight loss. Everyone knows how to lose weight. You can lose weight, whether it's 5% of your weight, 10% of your weight, whatever. That's not the hard part. The hard part is maintaining it, and as studies show, the weight typically comes back, all right? So we get this futile cycle of repeated weight loss attempts. And you compare that to the right-hand side as you look at it. And if you don't focus on the weight, but just focus on some behaviors. Now, we were asked to focus on fitness and physical activity. So I have, for this particular article, we did not include any information on diet. And by diet, I mean quality of diet, the food you eat, in terms of their impact on health. So we focus mainly on the physical activity. You could also include a box in here on the right-hand side that would focus on essentially, healthy eating, as recommended by our U.S. government, more fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and so forth. These sorts of things. And there are lots of studies to show you can improve health independently of weight loss there. So any of these strategies on the right-hand side, whether you want to aerobic exercise, you can choose your walking and jogging, cycling, skiing, whatever, resistance exercise, can improve health benefits. You may get weight loss, you may not. Typically, you don't. On the left-hand side, you almost always get weight loss, but you almost invariably get some weight regain. And you get health benefits regardless of whether weight changes on the right-hand side. But there may be some impediment to improvements in health for the weight-centric approach. A little bit later, about another 15 or 20 minutes, I'm going to be talking about some downsides of weight cycling, or this futile cycle. So, more than a half century ago, a very prominent obesity clinician, Albert Stunkard, had this to say, and I remind you, this is in 1958, so this goes back a long time. Basically had this to say about his experience with individuals in weight loss clinics. Most of them don't lose much weight. Those that do rarely maintain the weight, they rarely stay with it. And you get this basically high rate of recidivism, all right? So this is basically it, the futile cycle. So individuals have a desire to weigh less, they lose weight, they may fall short of their goal, they may have tremendous difficulty maintaining the weight, they get discouraged, they go off the program, whatever program they're on, whether it was nutrition focused or whether it was exercise focused or a combination thereof, and they regain the weight, and basically we start the whole cycle over again. And there's absolutely no question that this futile cycle has happened literally millions, if not billions of times in the United States over the last several decades. All right. So before we move any further, I want to point out, not too long ago, the American Heart Association put together a panel of researchers that address this issue of cardiorespiratory fitness. Now, I'm an exercise physiologist, so that is my focus. And this is basically, it was published in Circulation, the flagship journal of the American Heart Association. And basically, this is what they had to say, that low levels of cardiorespiratory fitness are associated with high risk of many chronic diseases, including cardiovascular disease, all-cause mortality, and mortality rates attributable to various cancers. They also, middle point, very important, that cardiorespiratory fitness is potentially a much stronger predictor of mortality and other disease outcomes than classic risk factors such as smoking, hypertension, high cholesterol, and type 2 diabetes. Okay. And the addition of cardiorespiratory fitness to basically traditional risk factor profiling basically improves the reclassification of risk score for individuals. Right. So despite this has been out for at least 4 or 5 years now, maybe a bit more. I know it's pre-COVID, so it's been out at least 5 years. So despite this, every single published recommendation in medical scientific journals on how to treat obesity, fitness is not even mentioned. Not even mentioned. Only one mention of it in one recommendation was that if you want to consider exercise, do so for purposes of losing weight. In other words, it burns calories. All right. So let's get to this issue of fitness and why is it important? Why is it, I think, more important than considering weight? Well, if you go back about 30 years, mid-1990s, a research group at the Aerobic Center in Dallas, Texas. This is Ken Cooper's aerobic center that he started about 50, 60 years ago. They started a longitudinal study, and in other words, enrolling people. At first it was primarily men, then men and women. And this is the first publication that came out of this on basically fitness, mortality, and obesity about 30 years ago. And what they did was they had information. They had stress test data on every single participant. They had body mass index and body fat tests on every single participant. And what they did was they tracked them over time because they were a member of this study. So starting in the 70s through the 80s and 90s, they had longitudinal data, and they could classify the people based upon their fitness scores on the treadmill test. They could classify them in different age groups. So 20-year-olds were not compared to 50 and 60-year-olds. So within a given age group, they could classify their fitness based upon how well they did in the stress test. And then they could look at their mortality over a long period of time now. Started in the 70s, this was in the 90s when they published this study. They could track them and find out who had died, who was still alive, and they knew from their original stress test, basically who was fit, who was not. They had their body mass index, they had their body fat, and this is what they found. So what you see here is basically 3 different body mass index classifications. Now keep in mind, this was done before the World Health Organization redefinition of what constitutes a so-called normal weight or overweight or obesity. That was in the mid-1990s, so they use somewhat different categories here. It doesn't really change the picture much, but you can see here what's going on. So within each category, they could track them over time. What you see on the left-hand side is the death rate per 10,000 man-years of follow-up. This is a study on just males. So how do you get 10,000 man-years of follow-up? Well, mortality rates are so low for people. The chances of anyone dying in this room during this talk, very low. All right, I've never had that before. All right, this time next year, most of you, if not all of you, would be back again, and a year after that. So since mortality rates generally are very low, we have to go for a longer period of time or basically convert decimals to whole numbers by multiplying it by 10,000, all right? And they chose 10,000 simply because it created a y-axis with numbers that made sense. All right, that's the only reason they do this. But the important point is that everyone is being compared within an age group, and also the death rate is basically normalized to everyone, all right, across the board. So this is colorized, and what you see here is that without question, low-fit individuals, more on this in just a moment, seem to have a much higher mortality rate than individuals with either moderate or high levels of fitness. Now, in this particular study, the way they classified fitness was in terms of how well you did relative to your age. So 50-year-old men were compared with 50-year-old men. So what they did was, let's say for every 100 men that did a stress test, they would stratify them. Those in the bottom 20 to 25% were classified as low fit. Those in the middle classified as moderate fit, and those in the high classified as high fit. So it wasn't like you had to run a marathon to be classified as high fit. It's not like that. So it's basically percentiles. And as long as you're in the moderate fit, which usually anything above about the 25th percentile, it seemed to be associated with a much lower mortality risk. And this was irrespective of the body mass index. So if you take a look at this, you can see the red box on the far right, the mortality experience of high fit fat men, if you will, was actually much lower than men that had a much lower BMI, the blue box on the far left, but were unfit. So fitness seemed to be more important here. All right. So how did they define fit? As I mentioned before, generally fit was the top 75 to 80% of their of the distribution for each age group. The unfit, maybe the bottom 20 to 25%. Moderate fit was somewhere in the middle. Now, how does this correspond? Well, all the men in this study basically filled out questionnaires how frequently they engaged in various physical activities. And when you compare the two, you find out that those that were at least moderately to highly fit could achieve that by what you see on the bottom. That is, fit could be achieved with basically about 30 minutes of brisk walking, typically 3.5 miles per hour, somewhere in that range. It's doable for most people. Accumulated throughout the day, so it doesn't have to be all at one time. It could be 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here, and so forth, about 5 days of the week. And this at the time was consistent with the current public health guidelines for what constituted a public health recommendation for physical activity for adults. All right. So the first ever meta-analysis, because after that study was published, as you can imagine, more researchers were interested in this. So several more publications came out between 1995 and the early 2000s. So a meta-analysis, the first ever in 2014, so almost 20 years later, first ever meta-analysis was published and basically showed exactly the same thing. So this is looking at the hazard ratio. And I'm going to show you a number of graphs like this that have the same format. There'll be distributions on the bottom, on the x-axis. The y-axis, the vertical axis, will typically be from here on out a hazard ratio. And there will always be a referent group that will be placed at 1.0, meaning anything below that is better than the referent group, anything above that, worse. So what you see here is that the referent group here was so-called normal weight, and the normal weight was actually the BMI classification of 18.5 to 24.99. And so you can see that's the referent point is 1.0. But now you look at all the rest of the bars, and you can see something very interesting here, that regardless of whether the individual is classified in the normal weight range, overweight range, or obese range, and this is totally based upon body mass index, individuals who score in the fit category tend to have a much lower mortality risk. Individuals who are unfit, higher mortality risk. And the individuals who have a BMI that puts them in the overweight or obese range tend to have a much lower risk than individuals in the so-called normal weight range. So individuals, and I've been telling this to my students and people for decades now, that if someone looks at a BMI chart and they say, wow, good, I'm 23 or 24, I don't have to worry about anything else. All right. That would be a wrong interpretation of that, because it does not include classification based upon what your diet is or what your exercise is. All right. So just emphasize these 2 points here. So fast forward, some researchers that I've been working with at the University of Virginia over the last couple of years, we have put together a new meta-analysis that is currently in review at the Journal of American Academy of Cardiology. And that review now is hopefully will be accepted for publication, but basically includes about twice as many studies as the previous one that was done about 10 years ago. And you can see the results are exactly the same. Yeah, absolutely no difference. Huh? It's still true. Yeah, it's not a one-off. It's still true. All right. But the advantage here is that we have about 5 times as many women in this particular meta-analysis as we did as they did in the previous one, and about 5 times as many total participants. So again, this is unpublished now, but hopefully will be sometime in the next year. And again, I highlight the 2 points of interest here. The individuals, these are both men and women, classified as obese by BMI criteria, have a much lower risk compared to individuals who are in the so-called normal weight range that are unfit. And again, the fitness here differed by study to study. Generally, low fit is the bottom 20 to 30%, high fit somewhere in the anywhere from the top 40 to 60% of the distribution. So it's not a very high bar to reach, all right? So now let's go back and take a look at longevity prospects associated with weight loss. Now this is tricky. Why? Because humans live a long time. So to do these kinds of studies, you can't do really a randomized control trial very well, because you do a randomized control trial and it's like, okay, we start now and we got to go until the researcher might die, all right, before the participants. So these are difficult. They're often epidemiological in origin, where individuals are surveyed with regard to their weight loss habits, and individuals who intentionally, say they intentionally lost weight, are tracked over time. So I did a review on this that basically looked at all, this was published in 2021 in that ISI article. We looked at every single meta-analysis that we could find, all cohort studies that we could find that took a look at the relationship between intentional weight loss, individuals who said, yes, I intentionally lost weight, and they were tracked over time, all right? So we have the cohort studies in red, we have randomized control trials, weird here, I'll show you why in just a moment here. But if you take a look at this, I think I have a bar there at the 1.0. What you're looking here for is anything that is significantly below that line. And indeed, you see a lot of studies seem to suggest there is a lowered risk associated with intentional weight loss, but not all of them. And you can see those vertical bars that are attached to each one of the boxes sometimes touches or crosses that horizontal line, which statistically means it's not significantly different. And a matter of fact, in this study, there are only a couple here, the randomized control trials here on the end, that I want to focus on just a moment. They say basically, it looks like maybe about it's a 0.8, 0.82. So that means about an 18 to 20% reduction. That's not bad, all right? But now you look at the randomized control trials, and we looked at these carefully. My co-author and I looked at these carefully. And we found that in both of them, if you see here, one of them is, let's see, wait, I got to go back. The 2 on the far left, Ma and the Krzyzewski, hardly any data. 23 of the 34 studies had only 1 or 0 reported deaths in either the intervention or control group. So how can you calculate a death rate when you have no deaths? Or how can you calculate a reasonable death rate when you only have 1? And if you take a look at the second bullet there, only 3 of the 12 studies included here had mortality as an endpoint. It was just something else. It was a secondary outcome. And then only 10 of the 46 studies included in either of these meta-analyses had at least 5 deaths in either the intervention or the control group. So it's not high-level information we can have confidence in, all right? So we go back in time, 1998, January 1st editorial by the then editors of the New England Journal of Medicine, Jeremy Kassir and Marcia Angel. They had a kind of a scathing editorial they published on January 1st that year. And basically they said that, hey guys, we got to hold back on this. There's a lot of crappy data out there that very ambiguous, just limited, fragmentary. It's just not there. All right. And they got panned for this. All right. So now let's take a look at either increasing cardiorespiratory fitness here or activity, cardiorespiratory fitness first. And you can see that, wow, unlike the weight loss studies, every single study here shows basically you get a huge reduction in mortality risk when individuals basically are classified as fit. And this is actually increasing fitness. So we have 2 data points. one at the beginning of the study when fitness was measured, and then some period afterwards, a year or 2 or 3 after, they were retested again to see if their fitness had changed, and then the follow-up began. So this is a more solid way to look at this when you have 2 data points on the same subjects and you look at their fitness change. And you can see that anyone that increased the fitness level, you can see drop their mortality risk by a huge amount, all right? So if you take a look at physical activity, same thing. So a couple of them aren't statistically significant, but virtually all of them are below that red line, which means that you have a consistent reduction in mortality risk associated with increases in fitness or physical activity. If you look at a dose response, now some of you here that are not exercise physiologists might not know what a MET or a mil per kg per minute unit is here. It's a big deal for exercise physiologists because it's the standard unit of measure for fitness. And 1 MET is a multiple of your resting metabolic rate. And I can tell you now that if you look at all the exercise training studies that have been published on men or women, all right, young or old, that last at least a few months, the average improvement is over 1 MET. So a 1 MET improvement is basically, this here is something that is achieved by almost everyone who undergoes an exercise training program. The 1 mil per kg per minute increase is achieved by almost everyone. You can see that on average, you have a reduction here on the order of about 10 to 20% or so. So that if you look at 1 MET or 1 ml per kg increase in fitness, you have about a 15 to 30% reduction in cardiorespiratory fitness by METs, 1 ml per kg, because a MET is basically 3.5 mLs per kg. So obviously 1 ml per kg is going to be a lower level here. It's about a 10% improvement. Right now, if everyone in this room, if you're not in an exercise program, if you started one of my typical exercise programs that involves 3 days a week of either moderate intensity or high intensity exercise, typically 30 minutes, within about 2 to 3 weeks, you're up by about 1 ml per kg. Within a month, we've had individuals increase by a MET. All right, so it's not really that difficult to achieve that. All right, so we get back to this futile cycle. All right, the left-hand side versus the right-hand side. I've shown you the benefits for the right-hand side here in terms of the improvement in fitness. What about the futile cycle? Does it really block healthy benefits or the health benefits here? So I'm going to show you as an example of this, the case for type 2 diabetes. And everyone in this room, I know, can appreciate this, that type 2 diabetes is extraordinarily prevalent in the United States. It is typically associated with individuals who have obesity or overweight. There's no question that the vast majority of those with type 2 diabetes are individuals who are in the higher BMI strata. And so it's logical to assume that, well, if obesity is very prevalent, diabetes is very prevalent. By the way, there are many more people who have obesity or overweight who do not have diabetes. So it's not basically exactly going to be causal. You might infer from this that, well, it looks like, if you've got so many people who have diabetes that also have weight issues, wouldn't it make sense to try to get them to lose weight? All right, so maybe. So I was asked to write an article on this a few years ago. It was published about 2 years ago. And the editors, basically this medical journal, reached out to me and said, hey, we'd like an article on this. We'd like you to review the information on type 2 diabetes and the impact of fitness, the impact of physical activity, weight loss, weight cycling, and so forth, right? So here we go. These are the data on weight cycling. So this is basically, if you take a look at this, this is the weight fluctuation, weight variation, weight cycling, and the risk here you can see at the bottom each of the studies, and they're looking at different outcomes. So along the bottom, I can't read it from the back, but you see this is all-cause mortality, all-cause mortality here, cardiovascular events, stroke, myocardial infarction, congestive heart failure, peripheral vascular disease, and on here. These are all basically cardiovascular outcomes of interest. And you can see here that every single one of these studies showed that weight cycling was associated with increased risk of these cardiovascular events. And these are in people with type 2 diabetes. And some of these were conducted in medical centers in which individuals had multiple tests over the course of several years. So these are not weights that are self-reported. They are weights that are actually measured in the doctor's office and reported to the researchers. So they have very good information on the degree to which individuals weight cycle. And the definition of weight cycling differs from study to study. Sometimes it's how many times over a given period of time people have lost 5 pounds or 10 pounds and regained it, how many times they've lost or attempted a certain weight loss. Sometimes it's classified as the individual standard deviation of weight variation for a person. But anyway you slice it, weight cycling does not seem to be associated with good outcomes. All right. So what's the problem here? Well, a number of years ago, some researchers published some basically hypothetical, based upon science, all right, but it was basically, we may have an issue here that we haven't really considered carefully enough. So these researchers basically, you see the date back here, this was published initially, this is 2006. They've updated this with some more data over the years, but this was the best slide I could obtain from their research. They basically refer to this as the repeated overshoot theory. And what that means is that individuals lose weight, and when they lose weight, a lot of their risk factors get better. Their blood pressure may decline, their blood sugar may get better, their insulin may go down, inflammatory markers improve, blood lipids, cholesterol, and triglycerides, and so forth, they may improve. But during the weight regain period, they come back up, and sometimes they overshoot. So there's documentation of this as well, that individuals basically can have a fluctuating, not just weight, but with weight comes fluctuation in everything that goes with it. So your blood lipids fluctuate, your blood pressure fluctuates, inflammatory markers. Yes, a lot of things fluctuate. So there's cardiovascular risk factor fluctuation as well that may be underlying here. And they outline a few things that may happen here with regard to impact on the cardiovascular system and the kidneys. So meta-analysis, if you don't want to take my word for it, researcher published a few years back, a meta-analysis on all the studies that have been published on weight cycling, all right, body weight fluctuation, and risk of various outcomes. So 41% higher risk of all-cause mortality, a 35% risk, increased risk of cardiovascular disease mortality, 49% higher risk of cardiovascular disease morbidity, and 35% higher risk of hypertension. So this is fairly consistent across the board. All these were not just statistically statistically significant, but they were also of a magnitude that is equal to a number of other factors that have been associated with excess weight. And so you have to ask the question, well, if individuals are losing weight and regaining it, and that's bad, then is it worse than actually never having lost weight to begin with, right? So the New England Journal of Medicine editorial that I mentioned a while back, well, they also weighed in on this as well. And basically the conclusion here of this statement was that the cure for obesity, in other words, weight loss, may actually be worse than the condition. So even the editors of the New England Journal of Medicine, some 25 years ago or so, they basically had the same concern, same levels of concern with regard to the literature on weight cycling. And that hasn't stopped us though, right? So these are basically a list of health outcomes that have been published associated with weight cycling. And I don't want to spend time going through all of them. I'll just give you a moment to look through, but a lot of these risk factors here are basically the same thing that are associated with excess weight. Every single one on here has been also associated with excess weight. That's not the end of the list. It's longer, all right? More factors So every one of these factors up here has had at least one publication that has documented an association between weight cycling and this outcome. And again, everyone on this list has also been associated with obesity. So you have to ask the question, if an individual with obesity presents with any of these health problems, is it due to the weight or is it due to the fact that they've tried to lose the weight, right? So what about physical activity and physical fitness? In other words, what if we said, okay, for those with type 2 diabetes, don't focus on the weight, let's just focus on the physical activity or the physical fitness. All right, this is the association with mortality risk. Basically, if you look at this, muscular fitness, cardiorespiratory fitness, and physical activity are far more powerful predictors than is weight loss. That's basically the conclusion here. And if you take a look at this, here is basically a figure that shows you the cardiorespiratory fitness. That's the dark bars on the left-hand side. And physical activity, this is the light bars on the right-hand side. And the associations with all-cause mortality risk in patients with type 2 diabetes. So unlike the weight cycling, which was universally just all bad, you see here with physical activity and fitness, the risk ratios are just all much, much lower. Yeah. Across the board, individuals who undergo, people with diabetes who undergo exercise training programs to improve their fitness or increase their physical activity, typically are associated with massively reduced risk of mortality. And this is basically looking at a number of other types of studies. This is looking at meta-analyses. This is on the studies on physical activity, cardiorespiratory fitness, or resistance exercise, or muscular fitness here on the far right-hand side. And again, they all show the same thing. So again, all the studies are associated with the various risks are listed on the bottom. These are the various individual studies. And I just show here that basically the evidence is overwhelming, very compelling, that you get a reduction in risk when you do any kind of activity. All right. And so this is what I showed you before. I'll skip this. So now you want to ask the question, okay, so you've talked about mortality, but most people don't exercise because they want to live a longer life. That's not the immediate concern. All right, especially for young or middle-aged people that have years and years and years of life left. That's not their immediate concern. But their physician might be concerned with, healthcare provider might be concerned with other more immediate variables, such as blood pressure, such as your hemoglobin A1C, for example, if you're an individual with prediabetes or diabetes, your cholesterol, triglycerides, your vascular function. So for this review article, we focused on basically just a few of them. And we looked at every single meta-analysis we could find that compared weight loss with the exercise training. Maybe not within the same study, but basically if you look at this across the board, the improvements you get in these risk outcomes here, the variables on the left, the improvements are on about the same order of magnitude. And these are all short-term studies. These studies are typically weeks, months, maybe a year, these randomized control trials. So even in the face of it, for just immediate benefit, not the longevity benefit, but the immediate benefit, you seem to be able to get an improvement in cardiovascular risk profile that with exercise training, that's on the same order of magnitude as that with weight loss. So my colleagues and I developed this, basically this algorithm here to take a look at this from the standpoint of, okay, what makes sense here from the standpoint of treating the obesity-related health conditions. So this comes from a paper we published almost a decade ago. And if you look at this from left to right, you see on the left-hand side, you can basically increase physical activity or improve the quality of your diet. So we're focused on both the diet and exercise in this particular paradigm. Now, any of these changes might result in some degree of weight loss, but sometimes it doesn't. I've conducted more than 20 exercise interventions in the last 30 years or so. And in every single one of them, when we use weight as an outcome, we see in every single study, no exception, some individuals lose weight, some individuals don't lose weight, some individuals actually gain weight. You might say, well, maybe it's lean mass. So let me repeat. Every individual, we get at least one individual that loses fat. We get at least one individual that does not lose any fat. And we get at least one individual that gains body fat. All right. And let me repeat that with lean tissue, right? It doesn't matter. So there is this heterogeneity of response, and researchers, this is driving researchers crazy. Why individuals who start an exercise program, why don't they just lose weight? It's calorie expenditure, and it has to do with compensation. That's beyond the scope of today, but let me tell you that humans have a tremendous compensatory mechanism built in, biological, that prevents us from wasting away. Because wasting away is not conducive to good, healthy living, right? So our bodies basically evolved to make sure we do not do that. So a lot of exercise is basically usually followed by a proportionate amount of eating to prevent weight loss, but to varying degrees. Some people lose, some people gain, some people don't change. But regardless of that, if you look in the middle now, there are just hundreds of studies that have shown that a change in exercise or improved quality of eating improves a number of health outcomes from top to bottom. We have changes in, you see the top measures of glucose, blood pressure, lipids, inflammatory factors, vascular function, and so forth. Hundreds of studies have shown this, that you can improve these parameters independently of weight. And therefore, on the far right here, you can have a reduced type 2 diabetes risk or reduced risk of cardiovascular disease. Now, will this be a better outcome? I don't know. It's hard to get people in a weight-obsessed culture to accept this. This is just an extraordinarily difficult challenge, right? So guidelines, we could have, this is basically, I'm going to end with this because this is the take-home message. These are the current public health guidelines that adults should at the very least, sit less, all right? And try to move more throughout the day. So some activity is good, but even if you can't meet the public health guidelines, I'll get to it in just a second, adults basically should attempt to try to sit less and be more active. And you can do, there are a variety of strategies that can be used to try to do this that include just having individuals make it a point to get up and move around. Even standing up for a few seconds can improve vascular function. So with regard to physical activity, substantial health benefits absolutely have been documented that individuals get at least 150 to 300 minutes of moderate intensity activity throughout the week. So 150 is basically the minimum. So if you divide that over 7 days, it's about 22 minutes a day. And this can be achieved by, improving or increasing your activity minute by minute. So every minute counts. So it's not like it has to be all at one time. Studies have shown this. We had a publication a number of years ago. We had individuals stay for a whole day in our lab. We had them do one 30-minute exercise routine versus 3 10-minute routines throughout the day. And we compared blood pressure. We compared blood sugar responses with continuous 24-hour glucose monitoring. It didn't matter. Yeah, it didn't matter. Whether you did it all at one time or 3 10-minute bouts or multiple short, even 2-minute bouts, you got improvements no matter how you achieve that, all right? You can get more benefits. I'll show that in just a moment, but if you want to shorten the time, you can do it more vigorously. So a vigorous intensity minute counts about 2 moderate intensity minutes. And a vigorous intensity would be classified as something akin to jogging, something that gets a heart rate above about 60 to 70% of maximum heart rate, something where you might notice you're breathing, but you're not out of breath. So it's not maximal exercise. So basically, this recommendation here can be mixed and matched with the moderate intensity. So individuals total anywhere from 150 to 300 minutes a week of moderate intensity or 75 to 150 minutes a week of vigorous intensity exercise. And you can continue. The health benefits may be more. This is for individuals who might think that, hey, I want more out of this. Do I get more with 300? Yes, but there's a law of diminishing returns. It's not a linear response, it's exponential, so that individuals who go from nothing to the 150 get a far better benefit proportionally than individuals who add on after that. And adults should also do strengthening exercises. And this could be anything from lifting weights to doing calisthenics to using resistance bands. Typically twice a week tends to work. So the public health guidelines are designed to help people improve the health. There is no weight loss recommendation attached to these guidelines. So I'll go through these. I want to leave time for a couple of questions. So these are the key points that I just wanted to end with here. And number one on the top, that mortality risk is basically associated largely, it's attenuated with physical activity or increases in fitness, regardless of weight or whether or not one loses weight. Most cardiometabolic risk factors that are associated with morbidity can be approved with exercise training independent of weight loss. So we can dissociate those two. Weight loss, even if intentional, is generally not associated with a consistently significant increase or decrease in mortality risk. Number four there, the increases in fitness or physical activity are basically consistently associated with far greater improvements in mortality or longevity prospects than is intentional weight loss. And weight cycling, which is probably the most important concern here because it's so prevalent, is associated with numerous health risks that are typically associated with obesity. And weight cycling tends to increase directly with body mass index. So the individuals that are most at risk for weight cycling are typically the individuals that are on the heavier end of the BMI spectrum. That's it. Thank you. So we have a few minutes by my watch. That's 9:55 or so. Any questions? Yes. You know, I would say most of them don't believe in the message. Yeah. You know, I don't know why. They just don't. I mean, even, you know, Stephen Blair, who was the first researcher that was publishing data and basically led the aerobic center longitudinal study and was the lead researcher of that first ever 1995 study I mentioned on fitness and fatness. He wrote the foreword for my book. And I asked Steve at the time, hey, do you think your boss there, Ken Cooper of aerobics fame, would be interested in writing basically a comment, you know, a blurb, you know, basically a testimonial for the book. And he said, no, he's not interested. I said, why? He says, well, he doesn't believe the data. I said, it's his data. He started the aerobic center longitudinal study. And Blair just point blank told me, he says, he doesn't believe it. Ken Cooper, if you don't know him, he's an older man, but he's tall, thin, like me. And Blair told me, he said, Ken Cooper thinks everyone should look like you and him. In other words, tall and thin. And if you exercise, you can do that. I said, that's just absolutely ridiculous. You telling someone that, hey, if you want to be thin, you should just exercise like a thin person, is like saying, if you want to be tall, eat like a tall person. And someone would say, oh, that's so stupid. You can't do that. You know that the heritability of weight is about the same as height? Yeah. So, yeah, it's really not that stupid. So, yeah, but, you know, I think Upton Sinclair said it best about a century ago, that it's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on him not understanding it. And so there is a lot of, you know, there's a financial incentive in the weight loss business. Yeah. So a weight neutral approach, it's a difficult sell. Yeah, it's a very difficult sell on that. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I can say that over the years, yeah, even people who've read my book, you know, I used to do book signings years ago. They would say, yeah, I really agree with the message and everything. It sounds great, but I still would like to lose 10 or 20 pounds. What can you? What can you tell me? Yeah, it's still that weight loss. I don't know. It'll still be going on, I think, for a long time. Yeah. All right. Okay, thanks.
We're going to be switching gears a little bit from the physiology, which Dr. Gaser explained so well, to more of the social, psychosocial element of the conversation we're having today. And we're so pleased to have flown in Kimmy Singh from New York. She is owner of the Body Honor Nutrition, and she is a self-proclaimed fat registered dietitian based in New York City. And she has a private practice, Body Honor Nutrition, that supports individuals to heal their relationships with food and body. Kimmy supports her clients with a fat positive, anti-oppressive framework and has a special passion for working with people that have polycystic ovarian syndrome. She's the creator of Transforming PCOS CHER, a comprehensive PCOS course for weight-inclusive providers. Kimmy is also a sought-after speaker. We sought her out, so I can speak to that, and has presented at several national conferences about the effects of anti-fat stigma in healthcare and dietetics. Kimmy is a believer in kindness, compassion, and the power of advocacy. And you're welcome to check out her website, bodyhonornutrition.com. Thank you so much, Kimmy, for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. I was telling everyone how much I love Flagstaff from these 24 hours. Yeah, let me get started. Let's see if my slides, oh, here we go. Go back. Yeah, so the title of my talk is Expanding Provider Perspectives, Unpacking Body Politics and Cultural Competency. And before we dive into a topic that's so important to me, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. So I'm a dietitian, I'm in private practice, and a lot of people reach out to me, usually when they're at a place where they don't want to go on diets, they're not really interested in pursuing weight loss. Like they read the books where they know that it won't work, but they just feel a little bit uncomfortable in their bodies. And they're kind of trying to figure out, like, even though I know it's not healthy to pursue weight loss, I don't feel like I can really live my life in my current body. So a lot of the conversations we have around health and bodies really are much more nuanced and complex than a lot of dietitians really know to explore. Yeah, and so when I'm not doing that work, I'm also a fat activist. And notice I said the word fat, I use it in a very neutral way. It's a way that I reclaim the word. You're going to notice that I'm going to use it throughout today. And I wasn't born a fat activist. I would have loved to be like a little fat activist baby. I think that would have been the cutest thing. But in reality, I really went through my own relationship with food and body. I was on a really different journey. My undergrad was actually in physics. I was going to pursue engineering, but it really wasn't until my own healing that I kind of found this passion and wanted to pursue dietetics and do this work. And I mention all of that because my personal experience really shapes my professional work. And a lot of times people are really interested in this part of me being a fat dietitian, and they're less interested in this intersection of me also being Indian. So like when I bring the race piece into it or my ethnicity, it's where people start to just sort of get a little bit less interested, or they're not sure, is this going to get too political or radical? And so I'm hoping to bring in both today, just because, like I said, yeah, my lived experience has a huge impact in how I support folks and also how I try to educate other providers. And yeah, like as I name all of this, I also want to name the privileges I do have. I'm financially stable. As a person of color, I have lighter skin. I'm cisgender, I'm straight. And these things also shape the way I view the world. So some of my other lived experiences, like being an Indian American, it means that a lot of times I've spent time being told I'm not Indian enough, or I'm too Indian, or I'm not American enough, or I'm too American. And it also kind of meant that I was put in this place of being an outsider, which also sometimes made me an observer. So it made me really good, like throughout my whole life, of just noticing little patterns, noticing little tendencies. And when I think of my time in weight inclusive spaces, I kind of go back to, I always felt like my fat identity was very welcome in the room, very affirmed. And then when I talked about like maybe microaggressions around race, it just kind of felt like people really lost interest or started to feel really uncomfortable. So I think it speaks to how when we're talking about weight inclusive care, we do talk a lot about biases around weight, but we don't talk about them about different identities. And it's really interesting because when I was putting together this talk, I was thinking back through my own experience when I was a client working with a dietitian, working with a therapist, and really healing my own relationship with food and body. And I remember having very similar experiences of they wanted to talk about weight and body only as long as it was around size. Like if we start talking about maybe me being Indian or my experiences there, I oftentimes found that providers will jump in before I would finish my sentence, like with the best intentions, but in a way that's really not appropriate, and pause me and tell me about their experience. Or like as someone they knew that went to India. I'm noticing some nods because like, yeah, like someone recently, yeah, yeah. So that happened a lot, right? Like people would tell me like, no, 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 I actually don't think that's accurate because I know this one person who had this different experience. And so these were things that were told to me by people that I think didn't realize how harmful it was. And that's why I'm so passionate about talking about this now. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit more about the cultural competency piece, more so maybe around people of color, lots of immigrants in America. But keep in mind that a lot of this can be applied to other cultures, other subcultures. I'm thinking to like specific cultural needs in the LGBTQIA community, and yeah, just to keep in mind that it can be applied to other identities. So where are we right now? What are the issues in weight inclusive spaces? Okay, so I started like became introduced to this work in 2013. So it was 11 years ago. And I will say the conversations are changing. Like there is great progress. And I'm invited to speak here for a reason because people want to learn more. And there's still a ways to go. I think people are still trying to learn, are still trying to do more. When you look at the sort of weight inclusive space and the history of it the last 20, 30 years, most of the thought leaders, leaders in the organizations, most of the providers, supervisors, educators, most of them are white. And I don't mean like 50, 60%. I mean like overwhelmingly white. Like we could even like do a scan in this room and it doesn't mean that white people don't belong there. It's just it says something, right? Like it's definitely going to influence how we practice, the ideas that we come up with, like how we interpret research, the study designs, so many different things that I don't think we even realize. And it's definitely influencing conversations around bodies. So I'm hoping today I can just add a little bit more nuance and add some different perspective. And then if you also kind of shift it to people that are not leaders in the community, if you even look into weight inclusive spaces geared towards patients or clients, I would say it's even more predominantly white. And that is really telling. And for a long time, I think earlier on, a lot of conversation was like, oh, we need to get this information to different communities to get people more aware. And yes, I definitely think this information should be brought to different communities. And we also need to spend time educating our own communities to make sure that we're creating a space that is inviting to folks with different experiences. So I think it does unintentionally turn people away. And yeah, I think, like I said, a lot of providers really want to learn more. I have found from my experience, most providers are doing this work because they care about people, they care about the way that they practice. And so I do think that their intentions might be in the right place. They just really don't know how to do better. And yeah, I appreciate you all being open to it today. So I want to start with just identifying the unfortunate xenophobia that's in weight inclusive spaces. So if you're not familiar, xenophobia is just the general dislike or prejudice against people from other countries. And a lot of people assume like, oh no, this space is so inclusive. Like this, we're not the people that you need to tell about this. I've heard these comments made at events like this. And unfortunately, it's much more prevalent than people realize. If you're someone maybe that doesn't hold these explicit beliefs, you might think like, no, like that's not going on. But it's unfortunate that usually it's the people of color that attend these events that are on the receiving end of these harmful micro and macroaggressions. And when we try to bring it up, we're told that it's too political or it's too radical to talk about. And I completely agree that it's radical, just in the way that weight inclusive care is radical. Like, we're not going to make change unless we step up to what's accepted as the norm. And just like we won't stand for fat phobic microaggressions, we need to also make sure that we're honoring people's other identities. And I also noticed that it almost feels like on the other side, like if we're looking at it as a spectrum, there's also this idealizing of other cultures. So viewing other cultures sometimes as perfect, or assuming, and this is what I've also found providers tell me, like that they feel like, oh, it's these other cultures that have it right. And if you read a lot of even like self-help books around nutrition or around health, they kind of paint it as like, oh yeah, no, it's us Americans, like we're doing things all wrong. But if you go to this like tribe or this one country, they're doing things perfectly. And I think that it's a really easy way for people to project their ideas onto other cultures. And I just want to name, like, I'm of the belief that humans are all inherently imperfect. So this means that I don't care where you send me, you're not going to be able to find a society or community or culture that's going to be perfect. And I don't get me wrong, like, I don't think that you need to maybe start identifying the flaws of other cultures or communities. Like, I don't I don't think that's like what the need is here. I would say what's important to keep in mind is that there is space between the xenophobia and the like idealizing of other cultures. And so just making sure that you're holding space for, hey, I can appreciate and respect this culture without uplifting it to be on a pedestal. And then, yeah, I see this a lot actually in like being Indian around South Asian cultures, kind of like in yoga spaces or maybe ideas around Hinduism, where it just seems like it's very much appropriated, but then also uplifted in a way that I think is also still really dehumanizing. And it really creates a big space. So a lot of times we'll like I remember in high school, me and my friends, we would talk about our experiences with folks that might judge us or just kind of have awkward interactions with us. We would say like, oh, like, is it like, are they super racist or are they like, oh, tell me about your culture in a way that's just a little bit awkward. And so it can sometimes feel like there's we're being seen as an outsider in different ways. And I think this even goes back to like people don't mean to do this, they don't want to do it, but they definitely don't want to engage in xenophobia. So they're struggling with maybe finding a middle ground. So, what are the ramifications of cultural incompetency in weight inclusive spaces? We know that we have fewer providers from different backgrounds, and lots of people, like whether it's providers or whether it's patients in these spaces, they feel like outsiders. They feel like they don't belong. A lot of times, people from our communities will say things like, oh, no, that's a white people thing, or that's an American way of thinking. So it can feel like it's not for us. And it's not because we can't be weight inclusive, it's because so much of the way community is being built, so much of the way conversations are held are really centered on this very white American perspective. And so we're having less nuanced conversations about bodies. We're missing out on bigger conversations that I think everyone really wants to have. And then ultimately, resources are not very inclusive. So they might not consider different education levels, they might not consider non native English speakers. Also, like when I think of weight inclusive care and the science of it, like my nerd heart gets so excited. I love it. I love it so much. And I also know for someone that doesn't have that experience, it can be really complicated to understand weight science and then understand why traditional weight centric science is not really accurate. So it can be really tough when we're not bringing that down into things that are digestible and accessible to different types of folks. Now, when we think of body image conversations that come up in weight inclusive spaces, like keep in mind, like we're not talking it always about fat phobia. Like fat phobia can be a piece of it, but having negative body image, that's the thoughts, perceptions, and attitudes about physical appearance, like towards oneself. Whereas experiencing oppression or fat phobia, like if I go to the doctor and they discriminate about a certain type of treatment, or if I'm denied an employment opportunity because of my size, that's different from maybe me feeling unhappy with the way my body looks. So I think sometimes people don't know that there are different things and different experiences. So I want to focus on body image just for a sec. It's been studied a bit more, I would say like recently, but a lot of the studies have really been centered around like the last 40 years, where conversations were focused on the experience of white women. And focusing on white women means that the focus around body image was focused around weight and size and sometimes shape. And it really fails to recognize how people from other cultures have different experiences with their bodies. And yeah, so I think that's where I want to just expand the conversation here. So considering different cultures or subcultures, weight and shape can and are still part of those conversations. But I also find that skin tone is also a really big one. Unfortunately, there's a lot of colorism in a lot of parts of the world. Hair texture, like people aiming for having hair that would make them seem more Eurocentric and more white. Hair color is another one. Facial features, having more Eurocentric facial features are desired, unfortunately, in many parts of the world. And I don't think people realize that, like, when fatness is talked about, even in India, it's talked about amongst these other things. So people might say, oh, well, you can't gain weight because you already have dark skin. You can't be dark and fat. Or you already have this like nose that's wider. And like, really, when people talk about facial features, they will talk about these very specific parts of their face and how white or not they might be, they might appear. And it really is something that I think a lot of people don't understand, how it changes the body image conversation and how it influences people's fear of gaining weight. And it really speaks to how, unfortunately, white supremacy has shaped beauty ideals. Like now we know, when we look through history, there are a lot of ways that fatness was demonized because it was associated with Blackness. And this is something that wasn't part of the conversation like 10, 15 years ago. So if any of you haven't read Sabrina String's Fearing the Black Body, highly recommend it. So good. Yeah, so just a lot more that we are leaving out of the conversation. And I really like this slide. So this really speaks to a lot of okay, I'm getting excited, let me let me tone it down. So these are some images from some actors and actresses in Bollywood, so like the Indian film industry. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Bollywood. You are, so if you are, you know this is a very Kabhi Khushi Kabhie Gham, very famous scene. But as you might notice, even in this scene, so this movie was a really big one. I think it was made in the year 2000. It has like all of the biggest actors in this movie, and they all have about the same color skin tone, definitely do not represent the majority of India. This actress here on the left, Kajol, this is how she looked when she first started acting in the 90s. This is the picture to her right is after like skin lightening. Oh, everyone looks surprised it's the same person. Yeah. No, I'm used to seeing both. If you see her older movies, you see her look very, very differently in them. Yeah, but and so it's actually not just the skin lightening, it's also like very specific injections and like plastic surgery to create very specific ratios and facial features. Whereas, like, if you get a whole bunch of Bollywood actors and actresses in the same room, you just will see a group of people that look very similar. And it's a very specific beauty ideal that's different from what we have here in the West. And over time, like, so from the 90s to 2000s, a lot of the background dancers in Bollywood movies, depending on the scene, are now white, actually. Like the people here, these are white women in the background. A lot of times they'll just put darker eyeshadow on them. And I think it's just because all of the actors and actresses, they've been lightening their skin so much, where it's harder to find background dancers that look similar to the main actors and actresses. Yeah, so it's a huge issue. And this is not something that's socially questioned. Like the endorsements for Fair and Lovely, like the bleaching cream we use at home, it is like it's as if I'm just thinking like Tom Cruise, like all the A-list Bollywood actors and actresses fully endorse it very, very openly. So to even start the conversation of like, you don't need to aim for lighter skin. It's something that's seen as very bizarre to some people, really, really way out there. So to introduce this idea that you don't need to aim for not trying to change your body size seems like it's even further out. And you might be wondering, like, where did these crazy ideas come from? That's a good question. So I want to take it back a bit and really explore some of the effects of colonization. So these specific images, there are a whole bunch of images like this from eugenicists, like from the 1600s, 1700s, even 1800s. And it was really like these ideas were spread throughout the world through colonization. So colonization is the process of establishing control over foreign territories or people for the purpose of exploitation and or settlement. And through this process, they would also set this, kind of have this undertone of we're the superior race and we need to teach these people how to live. We need to teach them because they don't know how to take care, to use these resources. They don't know how to manage themselves, govern themselves. And so during this time, there were also these eugenicists that would spend time in other countries, just showing how different proportions of the body was and explaining how it marked signs of inferiority. And so it's so interesting to see, like, even when we think of facial features, that it's been talked about for so long. And yeah, like, so here on the left, my right, your left, we see that depending on like which person of color, like where they were throughout the world, they were kind of put into a different hierarchy based on a lot of their physical features. And then here in India, a lot of what happened during the British rule during colonial India was that so white British people were put in power, and then people that were Indian that had lighter skin were given authority figures positions to kind of rule over other Indian people. And so it already created this hierarchy. And it actually, like, it's really interesting because there's a very specific type of soap that they marketed called pear soap, like just like the fruit pear soap. And it was sold to people being in India saying that it could lighten your skin. It was just a marketing scheme. But even here, you see like Indians not allowed, 2 places in India. And it really started to have this huge effect where it changed beauty standards and really changed the narrative around what's considered ideal. Now, I want to talk a little bit. I talked a little bit about body image, but I also want to make sure we talk about fatness because it is something that we can't leave out of the conversation, especially me as a fat activist. So another way that I don't see fatness being discussed in a more expansive viewpoint is really the conflicting narratives around fatness. So here in America, fatness is seen as being associated with people not being educated, people coming from poverty, not having access to fresh fruits and vegetables, maybe having a lot of fast food. But keep in mind that throughout the world, this isn't always the case. There are definitely parts of the world where fatness is a sign of wealth, but then it can also be a sign of greed because it's a sign of wealth. And then you kind of have like a different fat phobic stereotype. And even if you are in a place where fatness is considered a sign of wealth or greed, it's up to a certain size. So they still might have sizes that are socially acceptable, or there might be sizes or shapes that are uplifted, but it's not that it's totally fat positive or body positive. It's just that their beauty ideals are different. And so that's one thing I really want to highlight today is just because beauty ideals are different doesn't mean you don't have them. So even like I showed you those images of kind of like how strict the beauty ideal is in India. Something that I've heard multiple people say is like, oh, if you go to India, you might see older women with bigger bellies wearing saris and their bellies are showing. So it just must be so body positive. And that's not it at all. It's just a different type of beauty standard. There are parts of the body that are seen as more acceptable to show, especially as an aging woman, than other parts of the body. So I think if you compare it to what the standard is in America, you're going to end up getting more confused and you're going to end up, unfortunately, probably harming some relationships with clients or patients. Yeah, so fatness can be a sign of nourishment. And it doesn't mean that, yeah, it can just mean that it's really complicated. If somebody's coming from that background, then they are coming to the States where the messages are kind of different. Now, I also want to mention the role of the body in different cultures. So, from India, from a lot of other places in the world, you have more collectivistic view on bodies. So, making a decision like not pursuing weight loss, depending on the culture, it might be seen as a decision that affects the whole family or the whole community. And I see this a lot when I'm working with folks that are like adolescents, maybe like early 20s, that are South Asian. A lot of what we kind of describe, I describe it as, is the marriage potential. So being seen as having a certain look where it would be easy for you to get married. So even going back to that traditional Indian beauty ideal, I don't know how many of you saw the show. I don't recommend it. It's terrible, but it's called Indian Matchmaking. But it really, really exemplified. Yeah, no, it's terrible. It's on Netflix. I do not recommend it, but it has given me great content for my talks, I will say. So this person here, I think her name was Ankita, but she was on the show, and her relatives from a young age told her parents, like, when it's her turn to get married, you're on your own. Like, we can't find anyone for her. Like, it's your problem. And it was because of her skin color, it was because of her facial features. Yeah, and it was very much about her appearance from a very young age. And these are the conversations that are very, very openly had. And so if one of my clients that has a family that has this type of mindset, if they were to go home and say, "Hey, I'm not going to pursue weight loss anymore. Like, you can take or leave my body as it is," it would not go well, because it would be seen as, okay, you're going to damage our reputation. We're not going to be able to find you a husband. You're going to be unmarried. We're going to be ostracized from our community. It's going to have this huge domino effect. And so the response at home is really different than, say, in an American household where there's still like fat phobia that comes up, but they don't feel this pressure from their community to conform in the same way. So people can feel like their bodies are not only theirs, but they're also a part of their communities. Yeah, and so it doesn't mean that these conversations can't be had, but they're just different barriers that I don't think people realize are even part of the conversation. And a lot of times people don't bring these to their providers that are white, because they assume their providers are just going to be like, "What? Like, why would your parents say that? Why are they concerned about you getting married? Like, you're 18," or any other number of things. And I know that it's so different from our culture, so it is surprising to hear. And these are still the things that are happening. So if you're working with this population, depending on how traditional or not their family is, this is something that's going to be very present in their relationship with their bodies. And a lot of times it's seen as more socially acceptable for women, especially, to gain weight after they get married or after they have kids. But then that time when they are trying to find a partner, it's seen as something that is honestly like really based in their survival in the traditional way. Because if you're kind of going back to the village in India, there are people that do not have access to education, and their only way out of that particular lifestyle is through marrying into a family that might be more wealthy or might be able to bring them to America. And so having a certain look can feel like it's truly based in survival in a way that's so different from here in the States. Yeah. And let's see anything. Oh yeah, and then now I mentioned these things where sometimes the cultural piece can be really tough and be a barrier when you're exploring body image. And I will also add, there are times that it can be really protective. A lot of folks find that they can feel like there's a little bit less perfectionism in feeling connected to their body through their culture, or they can feel like their body is valued differently throughout the life cycle. I find a little bit more acceptance around aging for folks from different cultures, just depending. I think what's also tough is with globalization, a lot of these things are ideas that we have in the West, like, or I'm just thinking like the popularity of like Botox, plastic surgery. It's just much more talked about now with social media. Like, people are getting these messages around trying to control your body at different ages, at different times. And so I think that's one thing, like when I speak to people that are from like the village in India that don't have access to this, they're less familiar with diet culture. They still know the beauty ideals, but yeah, it can just seem like there's a bit more acceptance that flaws are going to exist. So it's less about challenging the beauty ideal and more of like, well, it is what it is. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Um, and yeah, sometimes spirituality can also be really helpful and offer a sense of acceptance and peace if that's part of someone's culture. It's just to keep it in mind that, and these are some of my experiences. This is a lot of what I see with my clients. I also hear different stories and different roles of the body in different types of communities. So keep in mind that like what I'm saying now isn't in fact for everyone, but I hope it can be an example of how different cultures can just have really different experiences. Yeah, and so I mentioned how body can feel like a means of survival when talking about marriage potential. It can also definitely feel like a means of survival for folks that are immigrants in the States. Like there can feel like a lot of pressure to conform. When I even like the people I know, the people that immigrated here from South Asia in the 1980s, when there were not like established large communities, and they were like the only Indian person in the state that they knew of, a lot of the conversations that they were having amongst each other were like, okay, you need to stop teaching your kids your traditional language. You need to throw out all your traditional clothes. You need to completely become American now. And these are really the messages that they held really tight. And now, so this pressure to conform can feel very, very ingrained. So when you say like, oh, you don't need to worry about losing this weight, like it's okay to be different. It's okay to go against the grain. It can feel like it goes against something really deep that they don't feel like that they really feel comfortable with. Or it might feel like it challenges their family or their community or their ties to their culture in a way that they're just not ready to challenge. And so it might mean that you're offering this information, but you also have to accept that it's ultimately their decision what they want to do with it. Yeah, so I think like that survival piece is something that people seem to understand a bit less because I think it really goes back to like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where a lot of people that immigrate here, like they've just seen a different proximity to their survival being threatened than some people like in the States have, or they've seen poverty in a different way. So exploring your relationship with your body, it very much, I know for me, it felt like this for a very long time. It felt like small apples, like, wow, big deal, negative body image. That's not that bad compared to like my, like people I know in the village that are worried about getting married as their only way to move through society. So it can feel like, yeah, like this might be something that they value, and it can feel really unimportant compared to other things they've seen or the struggles that they've seen their parents go through when they immigrated here. Yeah, and so yeah, exploring body acceptance, it can sometimes feel like an unnecessary task. So yeah, I think that's also where like when talking about weight inclusive care, it doesn't always need to be focused on going against the grain. It can really be a conversation where you're shifting it to, hey, can we talk about some different health goals? And I'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, and then also keeping in mind that immigrants oftentimes feel like they're living between two different cultures. So like I said, lots of people will say like, oh, you're too American, you're too this, you're too that. And it can bring up so much shame. It can feel really internalized and it can feel so isolating. And I think like for me, almost everyone I know, excuse me, that's an immigrant, they've had this experience, whether, and they're all at different places of being different levels of traditional or different levels of connected to their culture. But there's this very common experience of feeling like they're the outsider in some ways because they feel like they're living between these two cultures. And it can be really tough when it comes to body image because you also have two different sets of beauty ideals. Excuse me. Um, yeah, my throat gets really dry sometimes. But yeah, it can feel like there are two different sets of beauty ideals. So you might have these messages that you're seeing in Bollywood that if you talk to your American friends about it, they're kind of like, what? Like, who's bleaching their skin? Like, nobody does that. But then if you kind of talk to your Indian friends about some of the things going on in America, it can feel like they don't really grasp that either. So it can oftentimes lead to people feeling like they're not enough, that they can't trust themselves, and that they're really, really alone in this process. And so sometimes weight inclusive care can feel like another set of expectations, like, oh, it's another culture that I'm living between, like it's another expectation that I'm not living up to. And so it can be really tough for folks when they feel like they need to get it right or try to get it perfectly. And I think that speaks to the role of perfectionism. I'm sure everyone in this room like has had moments where they have just experienced perfectionism and how no matter what you do, it makes you feel like you're not enough. And so this pressure to conform can definitely lead to perfectionism, but it can also lead to feeling pressure to be like a good patient or a good client where people don't feel like they can name their hesitance around it. So they might be feeling deep down like, I don't know if I can challenge all this stuff. Or I don't know if this is for me. But there's sometimes, especially with immigrants, you're used to code switching or kind of using different language or speaking in a different way to people from your community versus people in the dominant community or like in the American community. And so you're so used to compartmentalizing this information that you just sort of keep it to yourself for so long. And I know that definitely happened to me early on when I had those awkward experiences with providers. I was like, okay, this is information for me that I'm never going to talk about this with anyone again. And clearly I was wrong. You're talking about it today. But yeah, it's just something that can be really difficult for people to share that hesitance, especially depending on their culture's relationship with authority. In some cultures, it's not seen as the norm to question authority figures or to name, like, I don't know if this is for me. I don't know if I want to do this. And so that's why I like to ask a lot of open ended questions like, how does this feel? Um, do you think that this is totally wild? Do you feel like this would be accepted in your culture? But just keep in mind that that role of perfectionism might make it hard for people to name those concerns with you. And yeah, so just some other considerations. I think like when we're talking about food and body, sometimes people, like I said, they see it through the lens that they're most familiar with. So some challenges that I see a lot, I don't know how many people in the room have had this happen, but there can be a lot of mixed messages in other cultures where the comments are made around them gaining weight in a really explicit way or them maybe feeling like their body is too big in some way. But then there's also this expectation to finish their plate or to say yes to everything that their grandmother offers them. That after the meal is done, the grandma's going to say, "Why have you been gaining so much weight?" And it can feel really confusing for people. I think it really speaks to how there can be this cultural piece around hospitality and then also diet culture coming in and beauty ideals getting mixed in, but it can just lead to some really mixed messages around food and body. And then I also see a lot of issues around boundary setting where a lot of times the recommendations around boundary setting and conversations around weight loss or body image with family members, they just don't feel culturally appropriate for some folks. And so I have lots of clients who, instead of maybe coming out to their family as like, I'm never going to lose weight, like stop bothering me about this, they just sort of talk less about it with their family, or they kind of will take in those comments but not internalize it, but just know that it's going to be there and they just kind of cope with it in a different way. So I think it's important to check in with folks with what feels good for their family, and there might be a family like there are still families that might be fine with it, so don't assume this is going to be the case for everyone. But I just find that boundary setting for any group of people, it's going to really depend on how that sort of family makeup is and how their way of communicating is. So just keep that in mind. And then, like I mentioned before, consider the judgment of the community, how that's going to impact them. Are they going to feel like they're losing their entire community or they're at risk of losing their entire community by speaking up about some of these things or like trying to lead body image conversations? And also try to like leave the door open for them to expand their community. They might not feel like there is a different community available, but if you can find resources from that specific community, it can make a huge difference just in them knowing like, hey, someone else experiences this too. I'm not alone. This isn't just in my head. So don't underestimate how powerful that can be. So just, yeah, some clinical considerations, definitely meet people where they are. I would, if you're struggling with working with someone, I would try to focus, instead of focusing on like, let's talk about why weight loss doesn't work, or let's talk about why this body image issue is having a huge impact. Like, how about instead we set some alternative goals? Can we talk a little bit more about movement? Or can we maybe talk about some of the nutrition goals that you have and how to make them happen? And then definitely asking how weight inclusive care might impact their cultural identity. Asking if it feels too different from their culture, if it feels like something that's too American. And then also checking in about their experiences with other providers. One of my intake questions is like, what have your experiences been with feeling safe and heard by previous providers? And I get such a range of answers, but it's really helpful to know and to also open a conversation for, hey, we can talk about this. And as a provider, I'm not perfect. I'm never going to be perfect. I'm going to make mistakes. And if you want to name that one day, that's totally fine with me. Then consider the accessibility of resources. I think when we're challenging, like I said, like weight-centric science, it's really, really important. And it can also sometimes be really confusing for folks, especially when English isn't their native language. And definitely try to connect them to culturally appropriate resources if that's available. And try not to make assumptions, especially based on your experience with that community. Because you not being raised in that community, like even if you have had those experiences, it's very different. People are still going to treat you different for so many different reasons. So try not to assume, and try to call yourself in if you notice yourself assuming. Like, be gentle with yourself. Say, hey, listen, I see that assumption coming up. I know what's going on here. I'm going to squash it. I'm going to ask a question instead. But yeah, just notice when that comes up. And so, in conclusion, weight inclusive care practices are really founded on limited diversity and lived experiences. And different cultures have different ideas about body image and weight. So consider the role of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and how that might just bring up some really deep stuff when exploring weight inclusive care, and try to avoid assumptions. And thank you for listening. I'd like to open it up for questions. Oh, yeah. I love that technology. I was just saying to Dawn, that's amazing.
Okay, I think we're on. So hi, I'm a clinical dietitian. I work in a hospital setting. So I know that some of your experience is, within the realm of an outpatient setting, right? You get this wonderful time with patients, but I'm wondering if you can speak on, kind of how can someone who's got this limited amount of time to see someone kind of have these conversations?
That's a great question. So, what I would keep in mind is you won't have time to go into all of the deeper conversations. I would keep it short and say, hey, research is showing if we focus on weight, it tends to be a lot more difficult to get to where you want to go goal wise. So let's focus on these specific actions that might be recommended. And I'm trying to think of if there's any other big ones. Let's see. Like if you have the time to asking, like maybe what's coming up for them culturally when they are trying to work on those goals, that could be great. I'd say like definitely in your setting, you would have access to an interpreter. So always utilizing that. I should share it. Yeah. What else? Is there a specific case that comes to mind or circumstance that comes to mind? I'm just thinking of like the clinical role, how it can be so different.
Absolutely. Hello. Okay. So I'm just thinking about, like we'll often get doctors who are like, hey, I need you to go do this really fast, diet education with someone, in terms of like they're overweight, you have to go fix them, and sometimes I go in and then a patient will be like, yes, fix me. Like that's, that's what I want.
Yeah.
And you don't have that time to go, you don't need to be fixed.
Right. Yeah. That's such a good question. This is where I really lead into like trying to remind folks like, hey, if you try to pursue weight loss, like you can, but most people gain it back, and we know that's really not good for health. And sometimes I'll use like quick handouts for situations that are a little bit similar, and then offering those goals that might be a bit more tangible. So eating regular meals, making sure that they're getting like starch, protein, fat, fruit, or vegetable at meals, if that asking if that's accessible for them. Talking about even like all the fitness stuff we talked about today. So offering some different goals. I think in that setting, it's hard because a lot of times the expectation is for you to give like a couple pointers. And so I would try to drive in those specific action items instead of talking too much about like a shift in philosophy, especially because, like I said, it can just be a little bit inaccessible at times. So I hope that helps.
No, that does. Thank you.
Of course. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
All right, maybe I can hover down here. What are your recommendations for talking about mental health in relation to food choices and dietary behaviors through a culturally sensitive lens?
Yeah. So I wonder, I'm not sure like which direction this person's coming at it. If they can elaborate, if they're talking about eating disorders or if they're talking about how mental health status might be influencing food decisions. I know for me, a lot of times, like let's say, for instance, I'm working with a client that's going through some really tough depression. We are going to definitely talk about like super quick and easy yet satiating meals that might be a little bit comforting, that might get the job done. It could be that they are like doing Trader Joe's frozen meals because that's what's tasty for them, but also really quick. Um, yeah, so I don't know if that person elaborated yet. So it is really different, like if it's someone in recovery from eating disorder. Okay, yeah, I hope that helps. That's a great question. Anything else? No. Thank you all so much for having me.
I want to give a shout out, first of all, to our weight inclusive researchers in the audience. We had a weight inclusive researcher conference yesterday at NAU, and it was such a joy. And y'all just don't know that you're surrounded by these brilliant people doing really important and exciting work in this field. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that we have some amazing researchers in the room, including our next speakers who joined us at the conference yesterday, and it was such a treat. Dr. Jeff Hunger and Dr. Janet Tomiyama, who's standing in back, who will be joining or will be coming up front shortly. Would it be best if I introduce you both together or one at a time? Okay. So Dr. Hunger is an assistant professor in the psychology department at Miami University, where he directs the Hunger, isn't that great? Because his last name's Hunger, the Hunger, Stigma, and Health lab, also are called HUSH. And he completed his PhD in psychological and brain sciences at the University of California, Santa Barbara in 2017, followed by a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship in health psychology at UCLA. As a social and health psychologist, Dr. Hunger's research uses insights from psychology to understand and ultimately improve the health of stigmatized individuals, racial and sexual minorities, and heavier individuals. He approaches his research using diverse methodologies and an array of health indicators, from cardiovascular markers of stress to health behaviors and mental health. Dr. Hunger's research is currently funded by National Institutes of Health, NIH, and the National Science Foundation, NSF. And you can read more about Dr. Hunger's work at jeffreyhunger.com. He is joined today by his mentor, and together they are the dynamic duo. Anytime you're looking for weight inclusive research, either or both of their names is on the paper. So they have really been groundbreaking. They've done groundbreaking work in this area. We are so lucky that I somehow talked them into coming to Flagstaff, and they've actually enjoyed it here. So maybe they'll come back. Dr. Tomiyama is at the Department of Psychology at UCLA and is a professor there. And she is the director of the Dieting, Stress, and Health DISH Lab. Y'all have great acronyms, by the way. And she earned her BA in psychology from Cornell in 2001 and her PhD in social psychology at the University of California, Los Angeles, where she is currently a professor, in June of 2009, and completed a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Health and Society Scholar Fellowship jointly at the University of California, San Francisco, Berkeley. And her work has been recognized by early career awards from the Association for Psychological Science, the Society for Behavioral Medicine, and the Society for Health Psychology. She is also the recipient of the UCLA Life Sciences Excellence in Promotion of Diversity and Inclusion Award, the Undergraduate Research Mentoring Award. You'd agree with that one, right? And the Distinguished Faculty Teaching Award. Her research, which has been funded by NIH and NSF and the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, focuses on the behavioral and health consequences of stress, dieting, comfort eating, and weight stigma. So let's give it up for Jeff and Janet.
Thank you so much for that dual introduction, Dawn. I think it makes a lot of sense because for the most part, Janet and I do come as a pair. And we have ever since I ran her dissertation as a lab manager back in 2008. So we've been connected for quite some time, and whether she likes it or not, she's stuck with me for, interim time. So today I'm gonna sort of give a quick overview sort of what we know about the impact of weight stigma and sort of discuss inclusive approaches or models to care that we can consider adopting sort of in light of the data that we've already heard about, limited relationships between weight and health, and the stuff that I'll present on weight stigma specifically. Couple quick notes. First is terminology. There's a big conversation about what the best term is in the field. So I just tend to adopt relative terms like thinner and heavier, higher body weight and lower body weight. When it comes to data and studies, which I hope everybody had a chance to get refreshed after the break, because there's going to be a lot of data and a lot of studies coming through. When possible, especially when talking about these things at the highest of levels, I want to think about systematic reviews, meta-analyses, things that give us a good glimpse of the field. If we can't do that, trying to think about studies that are using nationally representative large samples, and then there will be like a sprinkling of my work in here, but not a ton. So apologies if that's what you came for, because it's not really going to be featured. But it's on my website. So as Glenn kind of teed up very nicely for me, this relationship between weight and health is complex. We know that indices of weight like BMI are pretty poor indicators of cardiometabolic health. Janet and I have a paper analyzing 40 or 50,000 people from NHANES, showing that it's misclassifying people both at the higher weight as being inherently unhealthy, and even folks at the lower weight that are quote unquote in the normal or healthy BMI range, that something like 30% of those folks are at advanced cardiometabolic risk. And when we think about how is the volume, by the way? I'm trying to, okay. Yeah, so when we think about, in sort of intervention research, it's really difficult to disentangle whether or not it's the weight loss that may or may not come from that intervention, or if it's behavior change that is almost always accompanying it, like changes in diet, changes in physical activity. But even when we look at the amount of weight that is lost in these behavioral interventions, it's generally not a consistent predictor of improvements in health. So we see this in dieting interventions, so the amount of weight lost on these interventions is not associated with changes in things like blood glucose, cholesterol, other lipid levels. We also see it in, these big meta-analyses of physical activity interventions. So the amount of weight lost on these interventions does not correlate with the improvements that we see in blood pressure. So I'm not trying to be up here saying that these interventions are shit, excuse my language. That's the first time, that would be the first time I've sworn this entire weekend, which is rare for me. If this was my intro social psych class, I would have already let off a few F-bombs. And so, so I'm not saying that these are bad. It's just that it's not the weight loss that's driving it. It's the behavior change. It's changes in these things that we know are, reliably associated with health. Beyond that, there are a whole host of things that I'm going to talk about on the next slide that really kind of complicate and confound that relationship between weight and health. And so as a psychologist, one of the ones that is, very salient to me is psychosocial risk factors. So these are things like stress, anxiety, depression, social isolation, and loneliness. And I put up there 4 references or 2 references for each of those, each of which is a gigantic review or meta-analysis. Like I said, that's where I'm leaning. So I want this not only to be like based in data, but if people want to use these slides as a resource, there's a ton of references that will be throughout these slides. But so we see that all of these psychosocial risk factors that are associated with poor health outcomes like type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, CHD, are also correlated with weight. So again, a point that Glenn made, so thank you for the tee up. Beyond that, an aggressive tee up is the section on weight cycling. So I don't need to cover that as deeply because Glenn gave us a fantastic sort of rundown of it. But the one thing that I do want to point out, because Glenn already talked about the zoo meta-analysis, is there's another more recent meta-analysis in animal models where they actually control the weight cycling because it's animals. And so in this case, we see markers of sort of complications related to blood glucose management and type 2 diabetes that emerge when these animals that are put on sort of a weight cycling diet to mimic what we would do as humans. And it's pretty consistent, and I think to me is really fantastic sort of confirmatory evidence against all of what we know from the human literature. So I think that is what I can add there. Beyond that, we know there's just a gigantic swath of social determinants of health that are both really important for long-term health and are also correlated or covary with weight. And these are things like SES, access to education and healthcare, the specific neighborhoods that folks live in, and which leads to exposure to toxins and pollutants. But then kind of what's more relevant to what we're going to talk about here in this session are sort of social and community contexts. So these things are really important to consider, especially in this case, weight stigma. I'm also going to be like mainlining water because it's dry, it's altitude, it's all these things that my Midwestern body is just like, what's happening? What, run, flee. Okay, so when we think about a big social and contextual factor or context in the driving the relationship between weight and health is weight stigma. And so when we think about weight stigma, we think about this very broadly as negative attitudes, prejudices, stereotypes, and biases and discrimination that are targeted at individuals because of their weight. There are a whole other, I teach an entire class on that, so that's one slide of a class, but we have this pretty large body of literature showing that there are immense psychological consequences of this, and my animations clearly did not want to cooperate with me. Aggressively, yeah. So we know from a significantly large meta-analysis from 2020 that weight stigma in all of its forms is associated with a whole host of negative mental health outcomes like depression, anxiety, body image issues. We also have newer meta-analysis or a systematic review specifically on disordered eating, showing that the relationship between weight stigma and disordered eating cognitions and behaviors is significant and large. We also, from my lab and some sort of adjacent labs or those that I've worked in, we have experimental evidence for this as well. We know that experimental exposure to weight stigma is associated with these things that we see in the cross-sectional literature. Decreases in self-esteem, increased negative affect, depression, rumination, worry, even things like decreases in self-control and undermined cognitive functioning. So we kind of have from both the cross-sectional and experimental literature some very clear convening evidence that weight stigma is really nasty for psychological health. In terms of physical health, there's also a smaller but growing literature showing that it is related to health behaviors and engaging in poorer health behaviors, or the ones that a lot of the folks in this room are dedicated to trying to get people to do, like be more physically active, get better sleep, use less substances, use less alcohol. We know that weight stigma is a driver of all of these negative forms of those health behaviors. And we know that it's associated with physiological outcomes. So in its sort of acute form, it is linked to spikes in blood pressure, spikes in cortisol. We also see longitudinally that it's associated with, the term is allostatic load, but it's sort of this kind of outcome that it captures multi-system physiological dysregulation. It's not just one of your systems that is acting up or in trouble. It's that we're seeing issues with glucose, we're seeing issues with blood pressure, we're seeing issues sort of across these systems. And so we know from the literature that it is a significant longitudinal predictor of that. And it's also associated with increased mortality. We see that controlling for a whole host of things that might, typically be associated with mortality risk, including BMI, SES, all sorts of background variables. Experiencing weight discrimination is itself an independent and fairly potent predictor of mortality in both the HRS and the MIDAS data sets. So these are two larger longitudinal data sets here in the States. In the healthcare domain specifically, we know that it's associated with condition-specific behaviors. So folks that are experiencing weight stigma are less likely to engage in diabetes self-management, have more diabetes distress, less diabetes care management efficacy. We know that it can harm the patient-provider relationship. It erodes trust. It undermines perceived empathy. It generally kind of erodes at the patient-provider alliance. It also leads folks to engage in what's called doctor shopping, which is going from provider to provider to find that person that can fit with you and that works with you and that you enjoy those encounters, or at least you don't hate those encounters. The challenge there is that itself is a factor that can undermine rapport building, because you are only there for a limited time because you are hopping from clinic to clinic. And so it becomes incredibly challenging to build that alliance if you are hopping from provider to provider. But beyond that, we know it just affects going to the doctor in general. Folks are delaying or avoiding, treatment seeking primary care visits, screening visits because of this. And so if we can't get folks into the encounter, it does not matter what the patient-provider relationship looks like because it doesn't exist. If folks are just like not walking into the clinic because of weight stigma, that is a significant challenge that we have to kind of overcome. And this kind of leads me into thinking about ways to approach care that are size inclusive, that might help kind of mitigate some of the weight stigma that is leading to these very maladaptive health behaviors, both the ones that are outside of the clinic context, but that we as health professionals are really interested in, but as well as the things that are like literally within our clinics or our interactions with patients that can undermine the delivery of high quality sort of evidence-based care. So just as like quick definitions and principles when I'm talking about this, it's oftentimes referred to as size inclusive or weight inclusive care. You might also see anti-diet, non-diet approaches as terms that are kind of falling underneath this really broad weight inclusive bubble or umbrella. It basically exactly what it sounds like. It's care that's focused on promoting health without really focusing on or necessarily expecting or wanting or requesting weight loss. It may happen with these types of approaches, it may not. It's just something that we're not focusing on, we're not talking about, we're not thinking about. There's also a big emphasis on identifying health practices that are sustainable. These are things that folks can build in and feel routine and carry with them, that are not just going to be something that they crash diet at the beginning of the new year and then move on. And they also consider health in its context, that really thinking about there are these big, significant social and structural determinants of health that shape individuals' access to, willingness to, desire for, whatever, seeking healthcare, achieving a certain healthcare outcome. And they tend to, this perspective tends to view access to health and high quality healthcare as not just like a public health issue, but also a social justice one. That this is rooted in, these broad-based and long-standing inequities that we have in access to care, as it intersects not just across the weight spectrum, but when we think about class, when we think about race, when we think about sexual identity. So really thinking about this as a health issue, of course, but one that is social justice oriented and rooted and probably needs that sort of lens to be thinking about solutions to it. Come to me, hydration. So I'm sure this is maybe an approach that folks have heard about. This is called health at every size. This is one of the more prevailing and perhaps well-known approaches. So I thought I would just kind of give some details on this. It is just one of many approaches under this umbrella. I am not affiliated with ASDA or Hayes in any like formal capacities, so I'm speaking in my regurgitation of this and not necessarily what they would say is 100% fidelity to their. I'm just giving a disclaimer to make sure that just in case I fuck something up. See, it was going to come out eventually. So, you know, CHER is of course this idea of weight inclusivity, that folks exist across the body spectrum, and we can value and respect body diversity when we think about ways to advocate for health improvement and health promotion. But at the same time, we can think about health enhancement in a way that reflects and understands the need for policies that support and improve access to information, to services, to personal practices that are promoting well-being, that reflects not just the individual, but the cultural, the community, the structural, these bigger, broader factors that are going to be either barriers or facilitators to health enhancement. The sort of third arm of this is respectful care. This is for providers acknowledging and recognizing their bias, thinking about weight stigma and its impact on access to or desire to seek care and the care folks receive, and thinking about, again, how weight stigma intersects with other sort of forms of societal oppression. And then when it comes to like behaviors, one is eating for well-being, and this is sort of getting towards this idea of moving away from external goals or rules or whatever that tell us what we can eat, when we can eat, and in getting back to sort of an intuitive form of eating in response to our body's, hunger and satiety cues, cultural values associated with food, and using those as a judgment for how we approach certain foods. And then finally, what they call life-enhancing movement. But to me, this is like finding physical activity that is a sustainable form. Like Glenn said, that can be 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there. That can be, someone like myself, where I'm a Pelotoner, annoyingly so. And that's how I find my my physical activity. But finding something that works for you, that's sustainable, and that is volitional and under your own control, like not something that you feel you're doing because you ought to or is placed upon you. I think a big piece of this, without being named on this slide, is a lot of autonomy, like autonomy over if you want to seek out health or not, how you want to seek that out, how you want to engage with this. And so I think that autonomy piece, although it's not on the slide, is huge. Sorry, I'm just making sure that I'm not horribly going to cut into Janet's time, because then she gets really mean. Okay. So, again, asserting that health status is individual, it's not reflecting individuals' worth. It is something that folks can or cannot choose to pursue, and making sure that we don't just shift from judging people on the basis of their weight to judging them on the basis of their health status. So avoiding that backslide into healthism and finding a new way to put people into good and bad categories, really getting away from that. And so there are 3 sort of quotes up here. I'm not going to read them. I will go right to just the common myth on the right-hand side. And there's this myth that Hayes is making the argument that every higher body weight person is currently healthy. That's not true, just like not everybody across the weight spectrum is currently healthy. It is just saying that access to sort of the resources or the facilities or the care that is health promoting should be available to people regardless of their weight. It should be accessible across the weight spectrum. So we know from limited trials that compared to control conditions, sort of standard of care conditions, these weight inclusive approaches are generally really good for a lot of the outcomes that I just talked about related to weight stigma. So this is disordered eating cognitions and behaviors, body image issues, feeling in tune with your body and eating intuitively, self-esteem, depression, affect. All of these very positive mental health outcomes are associated with a weight inclusive approach to healthcare compared to controls. In the sort of physical health domain, we have less research on this. It's comparatively a much smaller literature, but still what we tend to see is that inclusive care generally is comparable to standard of care when it comes to indicators of health, like improvements in blood glucose, lipids, blood pressure. And I think even in the studies that have assessed those specifically, 3 of 6 found that the weight inclusive approach was better for them, and the other 3 found that they were comparable. But when you meta-analyze it, it kind of, right now they're looking about comparable. But this is a critical area of research need. And as we talked about yesterday at the weight inclusive event, a big barrier to this is funding. Like federal funding is hard to get for this approach because for the most part, the weight normative model is baked into our funding priorities. And so if there's anybody that's listening that happens to be like running NIH, like text me, maybe we can like figure something out and tweak that a little bit. Just some practical considerations moving forward. These are just, again, I am a social psychologist and a professor. I'm not a clinician. So take all of this with a grain of salt, but these are some things that I think can be strategies for getting ourselves toward size inclusivity, especially in the clinic. And the first is like making an audit of our physical environment. Do you have gowns and cuffs that fit higher body weight patients? If you don't, fix that, because that's signaling to your patients that you don't belong there. They don't really care about you. So why should they come? Why should they care about their health? Why all of these things? Asking for permission to weigh them. And if they say no, respecting that. I think that, again, this goes back to the autonomy piece. Considering, if you're not going that route, considering weight blind or weighing blind as sort of the default, where folks are not getting exposed to and potentially re-traumatized by weight-related information when they don't need it or necessarily want it. And also making sure that you're only doing so when it's medically necessary. Oftentimes, especially for adults, that usually is in the context of things like dosing for surgery, like anesthesia. Of course, you're going to need that information for dosing. I'm not going to be out here saying that you should suddenly change best practices for care. But if it's not part of best practices for care, maybe we don't need weight at that visit. And then, going along with this, centering actual indicators of health rather than weight. We tend to have all of these when we're actually getting folks in the clinic. And so I think that is very much a strategy that we could take. This is going to be very quick, just so I don't, again, eat into Janet's time. But we can also think about screening for health behaviors. We know all of these are very important. Physical activity, diet, sleep, substance use are all incredibly potent long-term predictors of mental and physical health and can be easily built into our electronic health records so that not only we can track this with our patients over time, but we can think about using this as things to refer them out if they need behavioral health, if they need access to social services, and then also kind of gives us nerds in the room data to go and look for guiding future interventions. So the more data you can build into your EHR, the better we can all be as academics. And then we can also think about screening for psychosocial risk. A lot of these things that I've talked about so far are really easy to screen for and can be done so very quickly and built into Epic and can give us, again, really important information. And even when it comes to social determinants of health now, you can code for that in your health records. You can code for things like discrimination and food insecurity using Z codes. And so not only does that help us track this, in like a much more systematic way, you can think about resources that are related to those being billable, if we need to think about it through that lens, because it's coded, it's codable. So the bonus strategies are basically like, reflect and think about your own biases. So these slides hopefully will be distributed. And so that QR code is to go and test your own implicit biases. You can test it on the basis of weight, on the basis of other identities, but it's helpful for us to know where is our starting point? Where are these implicit preferences that are building up, as we swim in our fat-phobic waters or breathe the fat-phobic air or whatever analogy we want to use. But we can also think about practicing weight inclusivity in our own lives, because social norms are huge. They're a huge driver of other people's attitudes and behaviors. But so is challenging stigma when we see it. Confronting prejudice and bias when we see it, in ourselves, in our family, in a practice, in clinics, is not only good in terms of shutting it down in that moment and supporting the folks who are experiencing it, it actually has long-term implications for the bias of the person who's confronting, as well as everybody that's in the room. Over time, those folks' biases tend to change because they are getting that explicit social feedback. So think about that. Think about also, advocating for legislative change, things like it's basically illegal to fire somebody or not hire them because of their weight in 46 states. So unacceptable, there's change that is needed. So final concluding remark is just that weight stigma and its implications for health are important, not just because it's a public health issue, not just because it's a huge economic burden on our country, but because it's also a social justice issue. That's sort of been the core argument that I've been making in my work and in my lab for the past 15 years, and wanted to just to make sure that that is very clear. So there are lots of reasons to be targeting this. It's not just for health, it's not just for economics, but it's clearly a underlying social justice issue. I'm sure that some of the stuff I said you may not agree with, but at a very minimum, I hope that symposia like these get folks at least a little bit more interested in figuring out like the implications that weight stigma holds for their practice or their care, and also starting to think about how are there flavors of inclusive practices that I can kind of bring into my day-to-day life. So with that, I want to thank my fantastic collaborators and good friends like Janet Tomiyama, my funders, and all of you for listening. Thank you. Like we have time for one question before Janet takes over. Yeah. Do you want me to just stand awkwardly behind you, or what is your preference?
Okay. I just want to thank the organizers, Don, and all of you for having us, me and Jeffy. Yes. It's really the highlight of my life to see people like Jeff just flourishing and thriving and making funny jokes and swearing at the podium, makes me super proud. Okay, so hi everybody. I'm going to talk today about weight stigma because I think that a laser focus on body mass index automatically brings with it weight stigma, right? If a high BMI is bad, then people with high BMIs are bad, and that is, kind of a classic example of weight stigma. So before I begin, I have no conflicts of interests to disclose. And Jeff did a good job about this, but I am going to use the word obesity, which is a term that to many people feels very triggering. I'm going to use it to refer to a body mass index of 30 or above. Jeff and I are both on record saying that we do not think obesity is in itself is a pathological state. So I don't want anyone to think that. Okay, so you may be thinking like, oh, it's like weird people on the internet who hold weight stigma, but that's not true. It's across every echelon of society, including even academia. So this is Jeff Miller, who's a professor at University of New Mexico, who said, dear obese PhD applicants, if you don't have the willpower to stop eating carbs, you won't have the willpower to do a dissertation. So even in academia, we see these stigmatizing attitudes. Even medical ethicists whose job it is to think about what is right and wrong when it comes to medical issues. This is Daniel Callahan. He runs a medical ethics think tank, who said we should be using weight stigma as a way to motivate people to be healthier and lose weight. And he even went so far as to argue in JAMA Pediatrics, which is, one of the top pediatrics medical journals, saying we should be using, he called it stigma light, so that children understand it's not okay to have obesity. And so as a civilian, I was like, I'm not sure about public policy based on making people feel bad. But with my scientist hat on, I was like, well, what is the evidence? Is it true that experiencing weight stigma motivates people to have healthier behaviors and whatnot? Or could it be the opposite? Could it backfire? And so I've spent basically the last 10 plus years of my life investigating this question. And I'm gonna use the neuroscience research that shows that people understand information better when it comes in the form of a story. And I'm gonna tell you kind of how this research unfolded across the last 10 years. So I was a PhD student at UCLA. UCLA were super strong on stress research. And this is one of our Bible foundational papers. It's a meta-analysis by Sally Dickerson and Margaret Kemeny. And what it shows is that on the x-axis here, lots of different kinds of stressors. So some stressors are like jumping out of an airplane. Other stressors are like giving a speech in front of an audience. On the y-axis here is cortisol. So that's a stress responsive hormone. And what the meta-analysis showed was that of all the stressors that are out there, it's the stressors that are A, social, and B, evaluative, meaning they involve judgment. Those are the stressors that elicit the biggest cortisol response in your body. So why is that important? Well, cortisol has a lot of jobs in your body, but some of the things it does, it signals your body to deposit excess energy as fat, particularly in the visceral region. We know visceral obesity is particularly health harming. It drives the reward processes in our brain so that sugary, high fat, high calorie food tastes really good. And in randomized control trials, if you give people cortisol versus placebo, people who get cortisol eat more. And so cortisol overall is a hormone that can drive weight gain and poor cardiometabolic health. And so I was putting all this information together in my brain, and I was like, okay, so if weight stigma, it's definitely social, definitely involves judgment. And if weight stigma is inducing a cortisol response, what does that mean? So I put that all together into this model, the cyclic obesity weight-based stigma model, wherein people experience weight stigma, that triggers a stress response, that triggers increased cortisol levels in eating, which leads to weight gain, which leads to even more instances of being vulnerable to weight stigma. And I want to pause here and really make the point that I'm not saying that this weight gain is terrible for you, and that's something we should avoid at all costs. This weight gain is only bad insofar as it makes you vulnerable to even more weight stigma, and that's why we need to be concerned about it. And so I called it the cobwebs model to really make the point that people can get stuck in this vicious cycle. They can get stuck in the cobwebs. And so I put this theory together and then tried to find evidence for it. And so the very first study was just this proof of concept study. Is there any correlation between weight stigma and cortisol? And this was, my first foray with my postdoc advisor, Alyssa Eppel and Jennifer Daubenmeier. And I don't have time to go into the details of the study, but we did find a correlation. So here on the x-axis is weight stigma, and on the y-axis is cortisol. And what we find is that the more weight stigma somebody experiences and is aware of, the higher their cortisol levels. And an interesting thing about this was that it wasn't about your actual body mass index. It doesn't matter whether you're on the high end or the low end of the body mass index spectrum. You see the same relationship between weight stigma and cortisol. So that was the first study, but correlation is not exactly. So in order to make the case that weight stigma causes cortisol increases, unfortunately, we're going to have to do a randomized controlled experiment looking at the causal effects of weight stigma on cortisol. And so this is a study done by former students Mary Himmelstein and Angela Incalingo Rodriguez. I'm going to walk you through this study as if you are a participant. So you've signed up for a study called The Psychology of Shopping. It sounds super fun. It was not super fun, as I will show you. So you walk into my suite of lab rooms. There's a door that's like kind of halfway open with clothes like this that you can see through the crack. There's pop music blaring from this room. And we say, oh, we're going to have everyone shop in groups and we're going to test the hormonal responses to that. Oh, but first we need to make sure you're going to fit into the clothes. So we take them to another room and we weigh them and then randomly assign people to either the control condition or to the manipulation, where they're told, unfortunately, your shape and size just aren't ideal for this style of clothing, and we really do want everyone to have fun and feel good. Plus, we want to return the clothing to the designer in good condition. So that's usually the response that happens when I put up this slide. A couple of caveats. So one, this was over a decade ago. I don't think I would do a manipulation like this today. And in fact, moving forward, I'm not going to engage in weight stigma manipulations, kind of further harming an already marginalized group. But we really did want to capture an incidence of weight stigma that was ecologically valid, meaning it's something people actually experience out there in the real world. And often after I give talks like these, often the heavier people in the audience say, yes, this is every time I go to the mall. This is something I experience all the time. And I'll show you some evidence that Jeff and I have collected that perhaps this is a very real world manipulation. But let me just jump to the results here. So the red bars are the ones you need to be looking at. On the left side is the control group. On the right side is the stigma group. On the y-axis is cortisol. And what we see is that the people who experience weight stigma have higher cortisol levels. And this is really an important point. This was only the case for people who perceive themselves as heavy. If you didn't perceive yourself as heavy, kind of like water off a duck's back, it did not affect your cortisol levels. But if you did perceive yourself as heavy, we saw this cortisol effect. And I don't think I need to tell many of you that many of the women who perceive themselves as heavy were not actually by body mass index standards. So some body dysmorphia going on there. So that study taught us that weight stigma does indeed cause cortisol secretion, but it's like an in-lab, short-term, weird manipulation. Is there any evidence that there's long-term weight gain as a result of weight stigma? And so this, of course, is done with my partner in crime, Jeff Hunger. And because weight gain and loss follows a slower time period, we turn to a longitudinal study. This is a remarkable study called NGHS, where they got almost 2,400 girls, half of whom identified as Black and half of whom identified as white. And they were recruited at age 10, measured once a year, every year, 10 measurement points till age 19. And we recently went in and did a follow-up with these girls. I'm just going to talk about the age 10 to 19 data today. Luckily, at age 10, they were given a weight stigma measure. You might call it weight labeling more than weight stigma, but have any of these people told you you're too fat, followed by this list of close others? And what we were looking at was risk of having a body mass index of 30 or above at age 19. And what we found is indeed, if somebody told you you're too fat at age 10, you had a 66% greater chance of having obesity by age 19. And this is controlling for baseline BMI. So it's not just that heavy people get heavier and heavy people experience weight stigma. It does not matter what the number is on the scale. If you are told you're too fat, if you experience weight stigma, then you have this increased risk of obesity. And again, don't want to try and make the point that obesity itself is bad, but just that it's getting people into this vicious cycle. And so that study showed us that weight stigma does longitudinally predict weight gain. So we're starting to see some evidence for the cobwebs model. But we don't really have a good sense of how weight stigma unfolds in everyday life. So Jeff and I did a study where we followed people around, and they're not actually, they responded on an app as they went about their everyday lives and told us about kind of some of the weight stigmatizing experiences they had. And so here are some examples. So I went into the store to try on clothes and the salesperson told me they don't have anything in my size. So when we saw responses like these, we were like, okay, yes, like our weight stigma manipulation in the psychology of shopping study was something that people experience. I was at the gym playing ball and one of the other guys said, I've got the fat guy. So a lot of weight stigma research has been conducted in women. But this study and others show that it's not just a woman problem, that men also experience weight stigmatizing incidences. And I was at the doctor's office, and of course I was told I need to lose weight as if I'm not trying. So I think weight stigma in the healthcare space is particularly insidious for all the reasons that Jeff just told us. And that's why in my remaining time, I want to talk about an intervention that I've conducted in the healthcare space to try and eradicate weight stigma. And I think this is where we're going to get a lot of bang for our buck in terms of improving the health of people by decreasing weight stigma. Okay, so this is an intervention done by me and Cambria Garrell and Jordan Levinson, a PhD student who just defended her dissertation. So I was happy to put the PhD on this slide. Okay, so this is an intervention conducted with UCLA pediatrics residents. We focused on residents because we thought they're just starting out, so maybe we can really change hearts and minds there as they, go on to their careers. And so we tried to have a theory-based approach in building this intervention using a lot of the principles that you saw Jeff just talk about in his presentation. And so we use transformative learning theory by Mesereau and colleagues. And so in transformative learning theory, you have to start out with a disorienting dilemma. You have to get them to be like, what is going on? So you need some sort of triggering incident. And so to create this disorienting dilemma, we use 3 different strategies. One was a didactic course by a lecture by Cambria that really highlighted the things that Jeff talked about. So, biological, structural determinants of weight, things that are outside of a person's control, microbiome, plastics, epigenetics, neighborhoods, things like that. I gave a talk very similar to what you're hearing right now for, physicians and other healthcare professionals like to say, well, okay, but what about the data? And so I'm like, here's all the data if you would like the data. And then we had people take the implicit associations test. That was the QR code that Jeff just put up to make people realize, oh my gosh, I do have implicit bias against heavier individuals. So that was the disorienting dilemma. So in transformative learning theory, then you move on to a period of critical reflection. So how do we get people to critically reflect? We had a session on the origins of internalized weight bias. And so this was also kind of meant to break down some defensiveness that the healthcare providers might have had. Like, guess what? We're all swimming in it, and we've all experienced moments of internalized weight bias. Where does that come from? How does it make you feel? How have you struggled? So as to really allow the residents to reflect on their own experiences and how that might be driving any potential weight bias. We also had a session on multiple identities, trying to get at the intersectional identities. So imagine you have a patient who has a higher body mass index. What are you going to do then? Are you going to counsel them on weight loss, or could we actually think more about the structural forces that might be conspiring to create poor health in your patients? So about a student or a patient who also might be struggling with food insecurity, or a patient who also has a minoritized racial or ethnic identity status. When these combine, is that going to be helpful or harmful for your patients? And really kind of thinking through the layering of these different identities. We also had the residents choose 20 of their own charts and code them for instances of stigmatizing language and other sort of goals that we are trying to get them to, which I'll show you in a couple of slides. And then transformative learning theory asks you to move on to acquiring skills. And so Dawn, you'll love this. We did a motivational interviewing training session so that we could really have the residents think about their healthcare recommendations in line with what the patient actually wants to do or is interested in doing or is prepared to do, so that it's not just this paternalistic kind of here's what you have to do, but really finding a unified approach to healthcare. And we also wanted to kind of change the norms that Jeff was talking about. So it was optional, but if they wanted to, they could sign a pledge to eradicate weight bias in healthcare. That's been signed on to by many different organizations. And then the ultimate goal, of course, as always, is behavior change. So to assess that behavior change, we had residents engage in chart review after the intervention. And we also had them complete an explicit weight bias assessment that was, I don't have the citation there. It's by Robert Kushner and colleagues about weight bias in healthcare providers. It's a specific scale for that. And we did see pre-post mean changes, although the sample sizes are too small to see significance, but we did see changes in the right direction. And we had them do the IAT again to see, did we push around the implicit associations test results? And again, saw good change in those directions. So we have run this 2 times and we're still kind of doing all the number crunching. So I wanted to tell you some qualitative responses that we got. So I feel like big picture, it's actively fighting against a lot of the harm that medicine has done over generations. You're training the new generations of physicians to be different and fix a lot of what's been harmful for so many years. So really recognizing that the BMI weight-centric approach is not only not helpful, but harmful in many instances. I think the curriculum is really valuable because I'm someone who's probably privileged enough to not have to think about weight stigma on a day-to-day basis. I think it's really, really eye-opening. So thinking about what Glenn shared about, a lot of physicians tend to have straight-sized bodies and don't really recognize the privilege that that comes with. To them, it feels easy to have a certain body mass index. And then what we're doing next, we have a team of coders doing objective chart reviews of residents who went through the program and residents who did not go through the program. And we're coding for changes in stigmatizing language. So things like stigmatizing medical terms like buffalo hump, other sort of empirically observed terms that patients don't like. Terms like non-compliant, junk food, things like that. The incidence of obesity diagnosis. So here, their goal is to have fewer obesity diagnoses. We want to avoid labeling children as having aberrant bodies, which can set them up for a lifetime of eating disorder risk and feeling less than, and then all the stuff we're talking about today. And we're also coding whether we're trying to push them away from they've been traditionally called weight checks. And we're trying to move them away from that language more towards a lifestyle check. So how are things going with fruit and veggie intake? How are things going with juice versus water? And, you know, we're trying to really make the meta point that regardless of body mass index, the healthy eating and moving around, that advice should go to all of your patients, regardless of where they score in BMI percentile. And ultimately, you know, we'd love to do an RCT and then scale it up for dissemination. I also, after yesterday's conference, want to hook up with people like Ashley Monroe and Mindy McEntee, who are also doing these kinds of trainings for healthcare providers, and see how we can really optimize. And then the last thing I want to just leave you with is that this comment by one of the residents. So the curriculum gave me more confidence. Hopefully in the future, when I approach these topics in clinic, it'll make for a more productive and comfortable visit. So even with this, you know, training session, it was a pilot. The important thing is you can do it as healthcare providers. These are tools that you can use, and that the evidence that we've seen today shows that these weight neutral or weight inclusive approaches are what is going to lead to healthier patients and clients. And it's something that is within your grasp. And so I just want to leave you all on that self-efficacious positive note. So thank you very much. Okay, invite Jeff back up for any other questions. Yes.
Does that work? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Is it now? Oh.
Or is it working? Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Dr. Kasoon Malden, who's taking your picture right now. Smile. Yeah. She has talked a lot about charting with dietitian care, and how charts are now open to the public, and we all have portals and we all read them. And that's a big shift from 5 to 10 years ago. So I just wanted to comment on how I appreciate your attention to that piece. And if you have anything more to share about that piece, we welcome it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for people for whom maybe they didn't have as much buy-in, that is an external lever that we could use to motivate people. Like, your patients are going to read this. So for your own sake, you might not want to be using this language. So, it's like the carrot and the stick. And that policy change, I think, is definitely something that can help people move along, even if they're not quite ready to. Was there a question all the way in the back?
Yeah. I don't know if I turned on the microphone correctly. Okay, cool. I was wondering when you I had to like talk into it. Okay. I was wondering when you were talking about how like somebody telling you you're too fat early on in life has impacts later on down the road. Because like I'm thinking back into my childhood, and of course I grew up in the 2000s, so that was when like being stick thin was the most important thing that you could possibly be. And I can't recall anybody ever telling me like, oh, you're too fat, but I do recall like the societal pressure of like needing to look a certain way. And I'm wondering if there's any sort of like information on that. Like, can that be part of that effect, even if nobody like close to you is telling you, like body shaming you, if it can still have that same effect?
I have thoughts, but I don't want to monopolize because a good mentor makes space for their mentees.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. So I think that's a really good point. When we think about, especially things like disordered eating and body image issues, like through like the tripartite kind of model, like, the culture and the society is one of those things. And so I think to the extent that it does contribute to like disordered eating behaviors, that also might be a pathway to explain the relationship in terms of weight gain, because although folks engage in these behaviors because they think it's going to be a strategy to avoid being stigmatized, escape that identity, Jason Nagata has some really interesting work recently, specifically in adolescents, that it's actually associated with weight gain over time, those disordered eating behaviors. So I could, very plausible other mechanism.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add Dr. Jordan Levinson's dissertation, which Jeff was a committee member on. She did interviews with mothers and daughters. And it was so interesting because the mothers were like, I would never tell my daughter that, I would never comment on her weight. And, like, we don't talk about that kind of stuff. And yet when you talk to the daughters, they're like, oh yeah, my mom would look at herself in the mirror and berate herself. And like, I got the message loud and clear, even without anyone explicitly telling me anything about my body. So there's also this like modeling aspect of it. It's really hard to intervene on for that reason.
Hi, I'm a nurse practitioner in endocrinology, and I think a useful tool for providers would be how to get things paid for without putting obesity as a diagnosis. The other day, I gave a patient a lab slip, and it has the diagnosis of obesity on it, and it just like broke my heart to give it to her. But like more guidance on what other billing codes we could use to get that paid for.
Yeah, so at UCLA, at least, if you put the percentile in, you don't have to put the label of obesity. And so you can get the reimbursement through just the percentile. So that's kind of the workaround we're using at UCLA.
I know less about this, so I'm definitely not an expert, but like I mentioned in my talk, Z codes, which is sort of a new set of billable codes that are related to social determinants of health. We've had success using those in the context of like referral for behavioral medicine, but not, or like behavioral health, but not necessarily like what would be an analog for coding, obesity on there. So that, yeah, Janet's is the best workaround if you have to go that route. But yeah, for now, this is a big issue, and it's one that often comes up in these specific rooms. So
yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Hey, I was just wondering about the blind weigh-ins piece, because with access to portals, I'm just thinking, like, for example, myself, I will say, okay, I don't want to be weighed if it's something where I need to, for example, like medication dosing. Okay, I'd like a blind weigh, but then I can go onto my portal and then I see the weight. It's in the chart. It's like input. So I'm curious, like, and maybe you don't know the answer. It might be more for like a health provider, but I'm curious, like, that was like an option that was shared. But like being in the digital age with patients able to access their portals, is there a way to like respect patients' wishes and not have it like in their portal?
yeah, I think that's a fantastic point to think about. Like, it's not just the clinic where they could get exposed to this. So I wonder, I don't know the behind the scenes of like how an EHR or like an Epic or any sort of like interface would look, but it would be fantastic if that was just a toggleable option. Where like, if we work with systems where that's an option that's there and they just have to toggle to see it. But if you don't want to see it, it's not there. But yeah, I think that is a provider. If there's somebody in the room that has thoughts on that, would be better to able to kind of chime in. Ashley.
Oh, there you go. Better? Okay. It wasn't for Epic, but some EMR charts have options for providers. So I think it'd be training providers like what to click and what to hide. Specifically, like on after visit summaries, you can hide or only share things on the paper. And then in the medical chart, you can't hide it, but it can be, like you're saying, minimized. And so they'd have to go one extra step to get it. I don't know if that's helpful, but there are ways to train providers to even think about that. I think part of the piece is like they're not even thinking about ways in which those things can be removed out of respect for the client or patient. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And I think that reflects the time constraints too that are all on our healthcare providers. And so like thinking about trying to build these default inclusive options at a system level, like a hospital system, and not put it on the shoulders of individual providers, I think is hopefully the best approach to take. Because yeah, like their time is already strapped enough, and if one added thing to think about probably falls off easily.
One thing I just wanted to also say is I wonder if it's also helpful for the provider to kind of make a disclaimer about the use of the terms that might need to be used in the charting for reimbursement. Like, hey, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm required to use this term for coding. It's not how I want to label you, and it's not, like kind of communicating that verbally might be helpful.
Can I follow up really quickly?
Yeah, and I also just want to say it's 12:02. So if we have time for one more question, and Nick, if there's a question online, that would be great too. But yeah, go ahead and follow up on that, Jeff, and then we'll see if there's any last question.
I was just going to follow up with specifically for endo. So if you follow, I don't know if you follow Greg Dodell on Instagram. He's a size inclusive endocrinologist. And so if anybody knows how to approach billing in this respect, it's going to be Greg.
I'll just repeat it for the people online. So sometimes you can just use the code without the accompanying label, and then there's no way for patients to know what that code refers to. Nick, are there any online questions? No? Okay. Lunchtime.
Thank you all.
I am absolutely thrilled about this provider panel that we have assembled. This was our vision as a committee to find weight inclusive providers from a variety of disciplines who live in Flagstaff, who can talk about what it's been like to practice differently as a weight inclusive provider. And so it is just such a thrill for me that we were successful finding a weight inclusive provider from a lot of the different disciplines who just live here, because those are the people I'd want to see, so I'm just thrilled. We're going to start off with our first provider, who will be our dietitian representative, Abby Chan. And yes, give it up for Abby. The way this format is going to work is each provider is going to speak for about 10 minutes, and then talking about, what that means to practice differently. And then they will all sit here, and there will be a time for Q&A with our provider panel. So Abby Chan is a Flagstaff-based weight inclusive registered dietitian who specializes in sports nutrition eating disorders and helping her clients reestablish their relationship to food and movement to find more peace in their relationship with food and in their bodies. And she earned her master's in nutrition and dietetics from Arizona State University, and she is the co-owner of Evolve Flagstaff, an integrative practice that focuses on nutrition therapy, physical therapy, injury prevention, and rehabilitation and strength training to help you do what you love for life. And she's also an avid runner, cyclist, aerialist, fun fact about Abby, and a community organizer. You will definitely want to follow Abby and all of our speakers on social media, because Abby has a really fun social media to follow. But all of our speakers, hopefully we can get your handles and everything so folks can be following you. Abby, come on up.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dawn, for that great intro. And it's so great to see so many people in this room that I either know and are my colleagues, or that have been my students, or that I've met at other conferences. And it's so cool to see everyone in my hometown, and I'm excited. So like Dawn said, I'm a registered dietitian. For a long time, I don't even know how I ended up in a weight inclusive space. A lot of it is a pretty common story for dietitians who have their own disrupted or disordered relationship to food. That is not uncommon among health professionals. Inherent weight bias, especially eating disorders and disordered eating, is also very prevalent. So that was also part of my story. And then when I was going through school to do my undergrad, I was noticing, I'm like, all the things you're telling me to tell people in bodies of size or larger bodies are all the things I also practiced in a very disordered way. So there's something wrong here. If we're looking at actual health as a health provider, how do we really start to do that? So I started asking questions, as I do. I'm a very curious cat, and really started finding the resources that, oh, there's a different way to approach this outside of changing the size and shape of your body. So that is what I do now. And I think that especially within Flagstaff and we live in a very active community. There's a lot of, from what I see, know that obviously as a dietitian and the work that I do, I'm going to have somewhat of a biased lens, but in Flagstaff, we have a huge prevalence of disordered eating, eating disorders, as well as orthorexia. And it is not technically a actual defined definition yet of exercise dependence, exercise addiction, but that is also something that is huge here as well. And I think even when the individual in the back had asked about, I've never been, explicitly told that my body was wrong, but the systems that I have been in were telling me that this is also what we experience on a daily basis, especially within our very tiny community here. So within the intersection of eating disorders and sports nutrition, because I think sports and moving bodies is really, really fun, typically those end up being somewhat at odds in a way. We see these co-occurring often, athletes with eating disorders, but we also don't often see this practice in a weight neutral lens, especially in sports. And so that's something that I really like to do. A lot of athletes come to me because of their disordered relationship with food and movement, and really looking at how do we start to understand all of these intricacies of what a human body needs, as well as what do they need mentally and emotionally, and how can we treat them with more compassion and care, and especially from an exercise dependence realm. And this is a lot in eating disorder space, but we're looking at that as a common coping mechanism and or safety behavior that people have. So it's really looking at how do we balance all of these things together with one while also meeting their needs and ensuring that we're really treating them with respectful care. I think especially, it's kind of been mentioned a little bit before, but I want to be very clear that if you're sitting here and you've never heard much of this, if you haven't heard this information before, this is all brand new. I want you to know and think about weight inclusive care as anything in any way that you would want to be treated and how you would want to be treated at a doctor's office, right? So if you're like, how do I practice this? Like, I don't know. How about we just swap positions real quick and see how you would want that conversation and that healthcare interaction to go. I think that's the easiest way to think about it, especially when we're talking about health, I think it's really important to look at it where everyone gets to define their own relationship to health. And that is probably maybe going to be different than yours. And it should be, because it is theirs and it's individualized. And so those individuals get to decide what health is for them, all of your clients, all of your patients. And it is your job as a healthcare provider to A, do no harm, and B, provide respectful care, because we are all in our helping professions because we want to help people and we don't want to harm people. And as you've learned a lot of today, and what I kind of talk about until I'm blue in the face, is that when we are looking at intentional weight loss and intentional dieting and restriction, it is harmful. It is harmful for so many reasons. It is harmful from a mental and emotional aspect, but it is also clearly harmful from a physiological aspect. When we look at chronic disease risk and all-cause mortality, this is the one thing that we are trying to fight. And one of the big things in this country that we are trying to wrestle with and figure out, how do we manage all of this? So I think that that is the most important thing, that knowing that, okay, what do we do if we are not going to do this weight-centric approach, right? Again, there's a lot of intricacies because we have a big system when there are questions about insurance and how do we do this, reimbursement. Yes, we need to get paid for what we do. But I think there's also a lot of workarounds. And I think it's important to remember, again, first and foremost, we need to have a human first approach. What else do I have for you today? I think one of the biggest things that is an issue within our healthcare system, especially currently, with the not new introduction, but popularized aspect of GLP-1s, semaglutide, and all these new weight loss drugs, it's really important in these cases, when we're talking about body size, when we're talking about chronic health disease risks and all these different aspects, is to screen for not only adverse childhood effects, because those are clearly going to impact someone's overall health outcomes, as well as their health outcomes in the rest of their life cycle and life stage. But we also need to be screening for eating disorders. There is not a single time that I have ever been to a medical doctor and been screened for an eating disorder. Anyone in this room, if you want to, has anyone ever been screened for an eating disorder? Okay, and so this is a very important thing too, where I think eating disorders, they're not something that's talked about, they're not cool, they're not sexy, they're always brushed under the rug. And when we have data on them, typically I think it's like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it's like 9% of the population or something like that. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. And when we look at that data point, it's like, okay, well, if we're not screening for them, and also if our diagnosis criteria has a specific BMI criteria that is typically going to be those who you have to be under a certain amount of weight or X, Y, or Z, we need to know that that is inherently stigmatizing. And what we are then leading to is having a massive gap in screening, actually meeting those who are underserved in this population because they don't meet this criteria. So we need to look at that 9% and know that that is an extremely flawed number. So there's that. So sorry. We also need to be screening for social determinants of health. It's amazing that, yes, the Z codes and all of that can now start to pick some of those up, whether they'll be reimbursed or not. I think it's really important to document those things, because that is something, especially in Northern Arizona. When I used to work clinically right here across the street in this building, there were so many things to where our community is struggling with access to food, with access to water, with access to clean air, with access to just healthy environmental spaces. And for us as dietitians to go on and tell them to eat more fruits and vegetables, you know, that's just a bigger conversation. I know there's a lot of public health professionals in here, so if you've never, you all know about social determinants of health, but if anyone else doesn't, go educate yourself, or I would be happy to chat with you about it as well. And so I think one important aspect too, I don't know if anyone's been paying attention in the nutrition and anti-diet, intuitive eating media in the last, 6 to 9 months. There's been a lot of backlash against dietitians like me and many others in this room, and basically really co-opting a lot of this anti-diet language or weight-inclusive language and spinning it in a specific way. So I think a lot of times when people say, I don't what do I do if I don't diet? Do I just eat whatever I want? And it's no. We're looking at, as healthcare providers, how do we start to, first and foremost, put you as a human first? Then how do we start to look at, after we've assessed all the other things of your relationship to food and your access to food and healthcare models, and then we need to start to really look at how do we start to add things in? Because I think so often it is that if I'm not dieting, I don't know what to do, because as a culture and as a society, we aren't taught how foods work in our body. We aren't taught the powerful function of them. So we are just told very black and white statements around good or bad. And these are all the things that people are starting to absorb. And especially with all of the media coverage, basically, if you don't know, they painted us out to be really horrible people and quote unquote promoting obesity. I also don't like that term, but again, big air quotes there. And I think that it's important to understand that that is obviously not our goal. Our goal is to put always our clients first and look at how do we actually make sustainable, one, and actionable things. So I think a lot of times one struggle that my clients will have when they come into my office is they say, oh, my doctor told me to lose weight. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about this. Most of my day is helping people maybe see if we can unlearn some of these things. So if they're told they need to lose weight, or maybe even a client or a patient is coming into your office saying, I want to lose weight. I think there's a huge aspect there where there's a big hierarchy of power, obviously, in a patient-provider dynamic. And so we need to understand that clients are going to tell us what they think we want to hear, which is often that. And so when we're looking at the aspect of weight loss, or if someone's coming in for that, we need to ask and get really curious about, okay, tell me more. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about how that would impact your life. Tell me more of what do you feel like you maybe can't do now, or what are some of the things that you're actually looking for? And then they go off in a lot of really beautiful language around, maybe I'd have more energy, I could play with my kids. I'm like, we can do those things now. We can leave all of our clients and our patients with actionable things that they get to walk out of our offices with, where they actually feel empowered, as opposed to a blanket statement of just lose weight. Because once you do that, they're walking out with a cloud of guilt and shame, and knowing that they've tried this probably thousands of times, hundreds, maybe thousands of times, depending on the individual. And so we need to be very clear with how are we actually empowering our patients and our clients, and how are we starting to actually make change. I think some of the biggest challenges that I run into is, first and foremost, just that, where it's like, okay, how do we unlearn a lot of these things? And I think overwhelmingly from a client-provider relationship, it has been incredibly powerful. I have clients who come to me over and over again, and maybe they've never sought medical care in the last 5-10 years because they're so terrified of going to the doctor. And so I unfortunately have to be the one who's like, okay, cool. We probably need to look at this, but also I need to look at how do I ensure that I'm also not causing more harm by sending them to a certain medical provider. So I think that's the main thing, that's the issue is, do we have enough access to care that is also respectful and inclusive? And also, I would say the overwhelming approach and just feedback I've gotten is that this is the first time people have ever been seen and heard. So that's what I do.
What a great start to our provider panel. Also, I want to give a shout out to that lemonade. I think we can all agree. I wish we could virtually send that to everybody on Zoom. There was a passion fruit lemonade that was to die for. On the note of our nutrition expert. So thank you, Abby. You all may not realize that Abby Chan is very well known in this field and just happens to live in Flagstaff. So we're so lucky to have her here, and also as a preceptor to our MPH nutrition students. Our next panelist will be her partner, Brian Kinslow. Brian can start walking on up here while I introduce him. Dr. Brian Kinslow is a licensed physical therapist and a distinguished graduate of Northern Arizona University's Doctoral of Physical Therapy program, and he is a co-owner of Evolve Flagstaff, and specializes in orthopedic diagnosis, running and walking, gait analysis, the integration of physical therapy and strength training, and conservative management of orthopedic pain and injury. He practices with a health at every size approach as a physical therapist and works with his patients to improve their overall health and wellness, as well as their injuries. And he has over a decade of strength training experience in addition to physical therapy, and is passionate about helping people resolve pain and stay active throughout their lives. Brian.
All right, thank you, everybody. Hopefully I can follow Abby, who is both my partner in life and in work on the other side of Evolve Flagstaff. Excuse me. I wasn't quite here this morning. One thing I'll just mention, because I heard Abby say it, some questions about insurance reimbursement, things like that. So as an aside from what I'll talk about, something when I talk to students about the type of work we do, we get that question a lot. And I'll often turn around because I think that question's a non-starter. If you're starting the discussion with how can insurance pay for that, you've forgotten about the client and you're no longer problem solving. So I would just turn that around and instead ask, how could I make this work? And then we can kind of back into that. So if you're thinking about that, about any of the panelists, I encourage you to flip that thought around a little bit. But my work in physical therapy, I see myself as part of orthopedic healthcare typically, so working with pain and injuries. And there's a lot of problems in this realm in orthopedics. A lot of it starts in our schooling. I think there's a self-selection bias in physical therapy school, as I'm sure in dietetics, in that most of us are not in larger bodies. And so we don't get to practice. And it's, some of the examination techniques are more challenging, or they just don't work as well for people of different body shapes and sizes. Some of the tables and the equipment isn't always designed to accommodate different individuals. And so right out of the gate, even if you're not practicing from a health at every size lens, there's going to be problems just seeing the patients who walk in your door. I was lucky enough to meet Abby early in my journey, and so her a little bit ahead of me, but we've been on kind of this health at every size journey together. And as we start to examine what happens in orthopedics, it's a lot of the problems that we see across healthcare. I'll just use osteoarthritis as an example, but you can also plug in almost any pain or injury condition, from back pain to ankle pain to neck pain. But osteoarthritis historically was seen as a mechanical disorder. You have too much load going through a joint, the joint cartilage surfaces break down, becomes bone on bone, you get pain, and either you have to live with that pain or you're headed for a joint replacement, like a total knee arthroplasty or something like that. And that is still the narrative if you go into an orthopedic physician's office, typically, and probably even most physical therapists. There's a few issues with that from a health at every size lens, because people in larger bodies will typically come in and they're told to lose weight. This is a mechanical disorder. It's bone on bone. Each step, your size and your weight is putting pressure on that joint, causing pain. So you need to go ahead and try to lose weight somehow to make that better. And we have a surgery for it, but you can't qualify for the surgery until you've lost some of that weight. So both we're denying access to care, but then also it's an incorrect and damaging understanding of what the condition is. And this is true for a lot of orthopedic health conditions. Research in the past 10 to 15 years has shown that osteoarthritis is not a mechanical disorder. We can't diagnose it via X-ray alone. And it's really much more of a systemic inflammatory disorder. We could take this whole room, people who have never had knee pain maybe, and do an X-ray, and a bunch of us would show signs of knee osteoarthritis on the X-ray, but we may or may not have pain. And so pain comes in when there's other systemic inflammatory markers, metabolic syndrome potentially, movement mechanic issues, but then crucially, loss of strength. So if we lose strength, that's when we can get changes to the joint, because our muscles are kind of like our suspension system. And so when you attempt to lose weight, there is no way to lose weight without losing muscle. A key outcome of most physical therapy interventions in some way is gaining strength. And so it's immediately at odds with the goal of treatment by telling somebody to lose weight. So often I get people coming in and they've seen a surgeon and say they have to lose weight to treat their knee. And immediately we have to backpedal away from that, because if I want to get them feeling better, I have to get them stronger. And that's almost impossible to do by eating less. We often need to eat more as we start to layer on some different exercise-based interventions. And even if, just taking this one more step further, we believed the mechanistic approach where it's just load on the joints, that starts to fall apart too, because we know that runners have lower incidence of osteoarthritis, but you can put up to 7 times your body weight through your lower extremity joints with every step when you're running. So if weight was an issue, why do runners have less? And then again, we're telling people a health promoting thing to do is resistance training, where we're adding load to the system. Or rucking is like putting on a backpack and going for a walk. In Flagstaff, people are like, oh, that's just backpacking, but it's like a national trend. So you're adding weight and going to walk around. And so it starts to break down logically as well as scientifically when the narrative is that you have to lose weight for your joints to feel better. So whether or not you're a physical therapist or you refer to physical therapy, there's certainly people in your lives that have that narrative. And it just leads the patient to a place where it's hard to take action, or if they take the action they're told, lose weight, they could get worse. And so at our practice, similar to Abby, we try to take a step back and say, well, what are your goals? Do you want your knee to hurt less so you can do more? And then we do an assessment, where we actually look at how are they moving? What is their strength throughout their leg? Is there an imbalance? Is there a movement technique issue? Is there some more systemic inflammatory thing where we might need more of a medical team on board to start to address that? Can I do some manual therapy techniques to take some of the symptoms down? And so often if patients come into my office and we can't fix everything in one session, but we can get them walking out, actually their knee feeling better. We haven't changed a single thing about their body shape or size, and we've given them hope about some things that they can do. And then if they have to end up getting a surgery, if we can go into that with more strength, which could mean more body weight because we're adding strength, outcomes are going to be better. And so there's just this whole lens in orthopedics, as there is in every other branch of medicine, that somehow being a different shaped body is going to result in better outcomes. And I just don't see that being the case, not to mention that it's incredibly disempowering for the patient. Some other things that we try to do around Evolve in general are, depending on body shapes and sizes, mini bands or resistance bands are often used in physical therapy. Might not work or be comfortable. And so as a therapist, we have to be creative in having other solutions or finding different ways to do an examination technique, maybe in seated rather than lying on the floor on their back or something like that. Even in our gym side, a lot of gyms who program class workouts like we do will measure things in calories, intending, I think, as a unit of energy. But we just actually, about a year and a half ago, it took us that long to realize it, but we pulled away from even doing that because we felt it was sending the wrong message. And so anyway, that's a bit about how we practice and a lens into kind of the orthopedic side of this. And I guess I'll just mention that the things that get people better orthopedically, don't change no matter what your body shape or size is. They're going to be health promoting regardless. And so if we can just sidestep that, we tend to empower people, give them more hope. And then potentially down the road, if they do need a surgery, I think we need to work on changing some of those BMI standards, because they can lead to worse outcomes if people are trying to shed a bunch of weight to get that surgery. So anyway, thanks for giving me a few minutes.
All right, that was amazing. I think that's the first time I've heard a physical therapist speak from a weight inclusive perspective. So this is groundbreaking work, Brian. It's so exciting. Our next speaker is Dr. Amy Britt, and Dr. Britt is a board certified family medicine physician with Northern Arizona Healthcare Medical Group and here in Flagstaff. And Dr. Britt believes in collaborative care, using the best evidence-based guidelines to make individualized decisions that make sense for each particular patient. And Dr. Britt specializes in family medicine, including pediatrics and non-emergency care. And she especially enjoys when she can care for multiple members of the same family. I bet that's really rewarding and special. And she's been practicing medicine since 2000. I'm not going to read all of this, but she is a Flag High graduate. That's important. So she's returned home more recently, and we met because our sons are friends. And when I found out she was a weight inclusive provider, I just about fell out of my chair because I met her as my son's friend first. And then I was like, oh, wait, you practice medicine? Oh, wait, you're a weight inclusive provider? Okay, we need to be friends. So take the stage, Amy.
So I asked if I could not speak first, and now I have to follow two really good speakers. So it comes back to bite you. I started off up in the Pacific Northwest at federally qualified health centers, so mostly taking care of farm workers and the chronically mentally ill. And so, of course, these are, folks who don't have a lot of resources. You have to get more creative about trying to help them improve their health and manage chronic diseases. And so that initially got me thinking more about meeting people where they're at, trying to find out, how can we make you healthier with what you have? And I can tell you the people who are growing your food and processing your food probably don't have access to a lot of the food that they're growing and processing for you, which is social justice, which is a whole different topic. But and then coming here, I've mostly been doing, I don't do any hospital medicine here, mostly just been doing adult care and a lot of older adults, which is different for me because, most of the farm workers and so forth are young people because they're all able to work. And so working with older adults and their kind of challenges with movement and diet and just all of these habits, especially in older women, worried about their weight as they're less active and as they get older and so forth. And so thinking more about weight inclusion and having people choose goals that are functional rather than numbers on the scale. We talked about, playing with your children, going for a walk, being able to get out of the car without assistance, and also talking to people more about what they're eating and trying to make sure that they're getting protein and that they're getting fiber. Because people have, eating habits, and especially older people tend to eat a lot of starchy, bland food. And I didn't actually realize I was weight inclusive. I just thought I was people inclusive. But then once Don told me that, I started looking at some more podcasts and reading more about it. I was like, oh yeah, I guess I am doing that. And for anybody who's teaching or, has influence over students, to show people what folks are working with in the community, you can volunteer at a food bank, just serve dinner one time or pack sandwiches or pack food boxes one time. And then you see what people who have limited incomes are really working with. And I can tell you, we volunteer at the food bank here, and recently the dinner was chicken, potatoes, and cauliflower. And they're working with what they've got and they're feeding people and it's beautiful, but it was very monochromatic and very kind of sad. But that's what people are getting if they can't afford to go somewhere, and some people can't even afford to get to the food bank. So, getting your students out in the community and having them see what's going on out there. At one of the federally qualified health centers, we were talking about making educational handouts and wanted it all to be plant-based diet. And, we're coming from a place of privilege. I can go buy whatever I want at Sprouts, and a lot of our seniors and a lot of our low-income folks can't. So anyway, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Britt. I appreciate too your public health lens, and you brought up some really important pieces of privilege and income and poverty. All right. Our next speaker is our nurse practitioner representative, Jessica Holst. And Jessica, oh boy. Jessica, I thought I was going to trip down those stairs, so dropping my phone's better. Jessica is a family nurse practitioner who provides weight-inclusive, trauma-informed care in the primary care setting. She has a particular expertise and clinical interest in the prevention and treatment of eating disorders. Her interests include addressing weight bias and how it affects everything from the healthcare we receive to our interpersonal relationships to how we engage in society. And she is the co-founder of the Body Inclusive Collective, which is a group of community members and allied healthcare providers who are committed to creating a more just and equitable world for all bodies through advocacy and education. Come on up, Jessica.
Thanks, Dawn. So I am Jessica, and I am a nurse practitioner. I work in family medicine and also at an internal medicine clinic. And I have a background in exercise physiology and went back to nursing school, and some of my own experiences in healthcare and with family members in healthcare, and some disordered eating disorder stuff. Sort of while I was practicing as a nurse, as an exercise physiologist, a lot of the interactions I was having with my patients just didn't feel good. A lot of the conversations and a lot of the way that care was being provided. And so when I went back to nurse practitioner school, I went to NAU to do that. And I was looking for a different way to interact and provide care for patients. And I actually was introduced to Health at Every Size by Abby. I knew her just socially. And then I started doing my capstone project, actually was weight inclusive care. And I'm like starstruck today because all of the researchers and presenters are people that informed all of my research and my capstone project. So my capstone project was weight inclusive care and how to improve patient outcomes and access to care in the primary care setting. And I think that's one of the biggest things for me was access to care. If we're not getting people in the door, or if they are afraid to, or ashamed, or embarrassed, then we can't provide care. And so that's sort of the kind of the base of something that really resonated with me for that. And so as a weight inclusive provider, I think that's something that I really try to drive home just as the base of, you know, you can come to this appointment or you can come to this practice and there's no shame, there's no judgment, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We're just going to talk about all of these different things. And so I've had I've had the privilege, honestly, of working with another doctor here in Flagstaff, Dr. Davis, and we started a practice. And so we started from the ground up. We got to talk about the furniture in our waiting room and making sure that there were chairs for all different shapes and sizes, heights, and having chairs low to the ground or higher chairs for taller patients or patients with mobility issues, making the first thing they see coming in the door, you know, places where they can sit down or be comfortable or be welcomed. The other thing is the scale. I think we've talked about weighing, and I don't know about all of you, but that in a lot of practices, it's like in the hallway as people are walking by. And, you know, we don't take people's vital signs, their other vital signs, just in the hallway or in front of other people. That's their private health information. And so having the scale somewhere in a different room and asking people, that's actually something that I've had a lot of feedback. People are like, wow, like, I've never been asked if I want to weigh or if I want to do a blind weight or even a stated weight. So those are some of the things, and just having the conversation with patients about every patient, regardless of their body size, is what's your relationship with food, body, and movement? And do you want to talk about these things today? Really giving people power, empowering them, and letting them know that, hey, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to shame you. I want to have a conversation about this. And what does that mean to you? I sometimes can like visibly watch people's blood pressure like drop, and they're like, oh, okay, we're just going to talk about this. You're not going to just shame me or tell me to lose weight or, you know, not even listen to what they have to say. So Some of the things there was asking about, like charting and different things that I've done. I know in my EMR, we can choose if a weight to like show a weight in the summary of care. I know that's probably not an option for everyone, but having the conversation with patients, asking them, is this something that you want to see? And then telling them, you may see this in your summary of care. So maybe have a family member look at it first and mark it out for you, or that kind of thing. It does take extra work and extra time, but it's worth it. And people are going to keep coming back, and they're going to want to keep having those conversations. So I think those were kind of the biggest things. And thank you all for listening.
All right, last but not least, we have our therapist representative today, Dr. John Bridger. He's a trauma therapist who holds a PhD in clinical community psychology. John owns Bridger Counseling LLC and offers in-person and virtual mental health services here in Flagstaff. And John specializes in building authentic relationships to collaboratively develop resilience and healing with those navigating the complex impacts of acute interpersonal, intergenerational, and collective trauma. John is committed to the continued examination of the intersections of trauma, mental health, fitness, and systems of oppression. Just to speed things along here, I'm going to just also share that he's collaborated with Brian and Abby as part of Evolve, and I welcome him up to the stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Bridger. My pronouns are he, him, and his. And I think I come at this from a little different direction than a lot of people in the room. So I feel with humility like a guest in your space. And I probably have more to learn from many of you about specific weight inclusive research and care and practices than I have to offer. My background and expertise has much more to do with trauma. And so the way I kind of want to take us on a little different path and circle back is when we're working with trauma, we are working with bodies. And I think mental health often is thought of a lot of brain work. And what we just continue to find in the research and anecdotally in my experiences is where trauma gets hard is where it's held in our bodies and our nervous system and the parasympathetic and the sympathetic and the vagus nerve. And what I practice and sometimes I share explicitly with people is this is happening all the time. We are constantly assessing, are we safe? Are we in connection? Are we in danger? And that's happening at an unconscious level. That's happening at a conscious level. And so as soon as you meet someone as a therapist in my role, lots of information is exchanged before any words are even spoken. A lot is from how the space feels, from how my tone of voice might come across, by all of these factors. And just to pull it into the moment here, like I'm in a room full of strangers doing public speaking. I tend to be in a small room as a therapist. So I can feel my body start to tense up. And when 10 years ago, the first time they made me get in front of a classroom and talk in college, I remember like shaking in my boots. And so I say that because I've learned over the years, naming the thing sometimes helps me come back into my body and regulate and find that safety. And that's what I want to talk about with bodies is again, the cues that are always happening where we are so wired as human beings to who is safe. And if people aren't safe, good luck doing much with anything. Good luck getting this to work. Good luck for them to be authentic, vulnerable, trusting, etc. And so where I'm going with that is we'll feel that in all different places. Our gut might tighten up, our chest might tighten up, we might feel our heart rate go, we might start sweating. But what I want to bring us to, if you'll humor me with a little visualization exercise, is the other side of that. So if everybody could just take a moment and visualize your favorite person in the world. That could be a spouse, that could be a kid, that could be one of your children is what I mean by a kid, a random kid. Could be a family member, that could be your best friend. And I just want you to hold their face in your mind and watch their eyes light up, watch their smile show up as you show up and they see you. And I can't do kind of back and forth here. But what I want you to do is check in with what you might have noticed there. Did you feel some softening, maybe some warmth, maybe you're smiling, maybe something? Hopefully those are some of the things you're feeling. If it's hard to pull up someone, I feel for you too, because that isolation can be real hard on us as a system. And I'm thinking about my 1.5-year-old daughter and the way she smiles through her teeth and shakes when she gets so excited. And that helps me come into my body. And I share all this mostly to bring us back to more than just weight. All of these systems of oppression are playing into people's internal view of self, what they're worried about other people seeing, how they experience themselves, how they relate to others, how authentic they can be. And so really where I want to go with that is to share like what we know from about 90 to 100 years of research on what works in therapy is it's not what degree you have, it's not what orientation you practice from. Over and over again, we find it as how good of a relationship can you build with a therapist? And within that, do you feel that they care? Do you feel that they're not judging you? Do you feel that they're authentic and empathetic? And all of these pieces that, again, we're reading all the time. And how I want to tie it back in is if you as a provider have not done your own work to check your fat phobia, your anti-fatness, all of your other biases that come into all these other systems, even if you know in your head and you can speak clearly about it in other ways, that is going to be felt in the room. And so that's the angle I wanted to bring this to, of like, we have to do our own work that is deeper than just mental learning to really start to see humans as humans and not their sizes or their race or their gender or other identities. And because it's part of my value system, I think I would be regretful if I didn't name, these don't come from random places. These come from powerful, long-standing systems of oppression that have been in our country since its origin. And so fat phobia is arm in arm with being anti-Black and capitalism and white supremacy and patriarchy, and all of these things make a lot of money off of shame and judgment and hate. And we're fighting an uphill battle in a lot of these ways to try and create education systems and professional spaces where those aren't the first barriers you have to deal with, and people aren't terrified that they're going to be judged just for being in their own bodies. And so I could go into a lot of different ways with that, but I guess I want to just come back to when I think about what really works in trauma work, it is first building a relationships, and sometimes parallelly, sometimes second, getting back into your body, creating whatever level of safety you can in your body. That's a complicated topic because for some people, there will never be safety in the current culture and society we are in. And I think we can add that to people that are in larger bodies, that are in fat bodies. They are likely to feel unsafe at an emotional and judgmental level in many spaces. And it makes it so much harder to feel like you can enjoy being in an embodied experience. And I'm kind of stumbling over, forgive my ADHD. But what I really want to just get at is, I'm just trying to pick how I want to say this. It's the who's coming to mind is the radical self-love of like Sonia Renee Taylor and that kind of experience where it's not you like yourself every day, you look in the mirror and you're happy about yourself, but you see your body as something that isn't actually about the weight on a scale or what it looks like or anything like that. Those things might matter to you individually, but again, that we are in this home that we're born in and will be in until we die, and having like a relationship with that is loving, and loving again in the way that isn't always joyful or happy, but is like deep and hard work for. And that translates to our ability to be in relationships with others, our abilities to be resilient in other experiences, and our ability to kind of heal from the, try not to swear, all the stuff that we are going to go through in a lifetime. Yeah, I think those are my main points. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Did I miss anyone? Okay. All right, amazing. That was so enjoyable to hear each of your perspectives. And yes, come on up and we will open up the floor both online and here in person for folks who have questions. As you think about those questions, I just want to open with one because I feel bad about shortening your bio, John. And there was something on your bio that I realized later would have been really important to say, and that's your work on masculinity. Could you just comment a second about working with folks in that space? You know, as a college professor, we see a lot of male students really wanting to bulk up, and how does that kind of play into the conversation we've had today?
Hello again. This is working. I'm thinking where to start with that. So yes, I'll just share a little bit of background. Myself and an amazing Black trans man have been running different masculinity programs. In the most recent iteration, we've named Beyond Masculinity, and we're continuing to try and figure out how much of that do we actually have to completely leave behind versus how much of it is there something there that's not the patriarchal version that men can work with and live with. And so your question makes me think of more my work in the fitness world, where there is a inverse of what I think women might experience in the fitness world, where there is a very somewhat, I was doing some advertising for you all the other day, and I was playing with the new AI system, and when you put in like man or woman in there, the images that come up are these like hyper muscular skinny, and it just like I think a lot of us internalize those ideas. And so similar in some ways to like bring things back to the body in the strength world, that is what I'm interested in, is like being empowered in, and if you're in a man's body, being empowered in your body to do what you want with it, to find joy, to find like regulation of your nervous system via movement. And there's some really cool stuff coming out around trauma-informed weightlifting. And I just actually got invited to be a part of that team officially. And so I think there is a version of fitness and a version of working with men where that can feel empowering, accountable, vulnerable, healing, etc.
Wonderful. Thank you. Is the audio working for his? A little bit closer. Okay. Wonderful.
Well, I'm not going to say it again.
It's okay. Sorry to our online folks. You might have missed that, but it was a beautiful answer. Questions from the audience? Kasoon?
Hi, I was wondering, a lot of this, what we've been talking about today is for care providers and how we can create a weight inclusive space. I was asked recently by a journalist actually, what would we tell patients about strategies to advocate for themselves, or even just like a family member? What would you tell them, especially coming from cultures, as Kimmy pointed out, where there is this reverence for authority? Like I know my mom would never question what a doctor told her, no matter how wacky it was. So what advice would you have for patients and your clients to advocate for themselves for weight inclusivity?
So a couple things. I think having the conversation with them in the first place in the office to sort of empower them, and then going over different things, different scenarios that they're maybe worried about, or other providers that they're going to be chatting with or referring. Sometimes I like to offer, if patients are going to be going to see other providers that they're going to have a conversation with, that I'd be happy to send them a letter to the provider, just that, please don't comment on body weight or size. These are things that we are working on. And also, giving that language or to the patient to advocate for themselves. Even as a healthcare provider, it's hard for me to advocate for myself in healthcare settings. And so I feel that so deeply with other patients. And so opening up that dialogue and helping them with the narrative can be really empowering.
Would anybody else like to add?
I'll just add, I think societally, we need different ways to talk about like what is healthy. A lot of times in physical therapy, I get people coming in saying, hey, I think I need some stretches. And I think stretches is like a stand-in for like something doesn't feel right. And stretching is kind of something I think maybe could help. And it's the same thing with weight loss. There's this assumption, I think people use that as a marker because they don't, maybe it's with ill intentions, but often they just don't know any different. And so helping people to understand that there's a lot of other ways to objectively measure health, everything from blood markers to blood pressure to resting heart rate to time to fatigue on a sit to stand test is a classic one in PT, or just measuring the things that they can do with their kids or with their grandkids or something before they get fatigued. And so giving people other ways, or if somebody is maybe positively intentioned, I see this even in my own family, and they're trying to tell you to lose weight or something like that, it takes, I'm sure, a lot of courage and patience to speak up, but helping to reframe of actually I'm measuring my health in these ways, and those are doing really well. And just kind of changing that script a bit and helping others to have the same words to describe health beyond just weight.
And I agree with everything that everybody said. I think sometimes if I'm sending patients, especially to specialists that I know are going to say certain things, I give them very specific language to use. So I am working on getting stronger, or I'm working on getting healthier. And that's when this person asks about your weight, your response is, I'm working on getting stronger and healthier. And that's all you have to say. You don't have to say anything else about it. And a little, that could go for a parent or a spouse or, whoever is making that person feel uncomfortable, is to give them like a very specific verbiage to use.
Yeah, and I think lastly, it's really important, especially mentioning, when we think about culture and that power dynamic and never questioning or not feeling empowered to do so. I think as a provider, you can ask questions, and a lot of times people have never been asked questions. And then I think that opens up the dialogue a lot more. So they at least have some space to advocate for themselves, and always checking in with them and asking like, how does that sound? Or here's a few options. Here's what we can do. Which one of those feels best to you? And I think that's a really good way. And then I also think from even thinking of those who can't advocate for themselves, whether that be from a disability standpoint, whether that be from a child standpoint, having that person, whether it be a caregiver or a friend or someone with you that can maybe help you with that you really trust, I think is really important, because it is, if you are a caregiver for a little one, like it is really, really important. And like all of this really matters right now, and all the things that they're absorbing really matters. So yeah, be a protector.
Mm-hmm. You can also send your friends and family different podcasts, different links with no other comment, and let that do some of the work.
Yes, I'm sure many of us have been guilty of sending along unsolicited information. I think, Lisa, you had a question.
Okay. Thank you. It makes this community and Flagstaff look very inviting, and so maybe
you want to come. You want to come live here? We'd love it.
So thank you very much. It's great that you have one another. I have a question specifically about osteoarthritis. I'm always looking for more resources to send to surgeons that my clients don't need to lose weight before they get surgery. They need to get stronger. So anything you have, I would love.
Yeah, I will. We can exchange contact info, or I can send to Dawn. But unfortunately, it's really tricky because I think this is probably across healthcare. Everybody wants to be evidence-based, but there's incredible bias in just what is being researched and being studied, and so to some extent, it's some things maybe haven't been done. I think a clear starting point that, and if anybody in a room is a surgeon, no mean to pick on you, but I have yet to hear a patient come out of a surgeon's office with discussions about osteoarthritis with an understanding that it's actually more like an autoimmune condition than a mechanical joint breakdown condition. And yes, sometimes surgeries are needed, But I've yet to run into a patient who's gotten an understanding of the condition beyond what their X-ray looks like, bone on bone. And so I think even starting there, and then we can, share outcomes about, sarcopenia, which is actually not really recognized in the US, but in Europe, it's a fair bit more, which is loss of muscle mass, particularly with aging, has negative outcomes associated with surgery, going in stronger. And then we could pull in research about how you lose muscle mass, somebody lose weight. So it's kind of like connecting the dots, which makes it tricky. But I'll send you what I can.
Brian, are you interested in publishing? Because I have a feeling that we have some people in the room or online who might want to write a paper with you. He said, let's do it.
He's really good at that. He's the brains of this operation. Just kidding. And I would also say for a client, if you need like a client handout reference or something like that, ASDA has a really great, it's ASDA, right? Yeah, ASDA has a really great just web resource of here's all of the chronic health conditions. Here's a patient handout that is not weight centric. And that can be a really helpful thing to help guide that conversation as well. Yeah.
What's that resource called though? Hayes Health Sheets. Yeah. If you Google HAES Health Sheets. What were you saying, Allison? Yeah, they're not associated with ASDA.
Okay, thanks.
But also Google ASDA if you're interested.
Yeah,
all right.
It's somewhere, it lives there.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Nick.
I'm just curious how you all balance like the external factors and influences and influencers. Just recently, I don't know if you all are South Park fans, but they did tackle this issue and they were in a way making fun of the singer Lizzo and how she's very body inclusivity and very positive. But I just, when there's so many external factors, I feel like just growing up, I feel like I'm kind of a shallow person. I will admit that, but I know there's reasons why. And so when I see beauty, my mind jumps to like a Vogue magazine or something. And so how do you balance that if a client comes in and excuse me, when they leave, does everything get undone when they turn on TikTok or any type of media?
Sometimes it can. I think it's really helpful. At least one thing that I do is talk a lot about media literacy and understanding, is this real? Has this been photoshopped? And then also looking at how do we have boundaries around a lot of those things. And I think it's an important thing to recognize that every single body trend will go through typically anywhere depending on a 5 to 10 year cycle, right? So now we're seeing kind of back to like the aughts body sizes again, and it's really terrifying. But I think part of that is from my work, is really allowing a client, and a lot of John's work too, is allowing a client to be embodied, and instead of seeing themselves from the outside, experiencing their bodies from the inside, because no matter what we do on the outside, it will never be enough. A, because that's how our brains work. B, because in our hyper-connected world, there's always something better. So I think it's really reframing what are they looking for? What does health look like for them? What does mental health look like for them? And allowing people to, again, define those things and just be really clear and know that it's our own biases. And we need to, again, start with our own internal biases of what are these things that we think and how do we start to unwind those so that doesn't be, perpetually, so that we're not perpetually traumatizing future generations. Yeah. And if something is like that we are told is beautiful, it's like, well, because we've never been told the opposite. So how do we really challenge that for ourselves too, I think is important.
One thing I would add to that too is like what you said, they just go back and get on TikTok and then they have the feed of just everything on there. And so media literacy, diversifying that, seeking out different viewpoints and objectives and different accounts and different influencers. I was going to call them Insta some things, but influencers. But that's something that I talk to a lot about with kids and especially adolescents and college age students, because you're right. I mean, they're so connected to their phone. It's something we all are. But it's something, if you're just seeing it over and over again, trying to get other things in there. So.
Yeah, echoing what they both have shared. And yeah, the data coming out on mental health and social media is not promising. And on the flip side, there are also these pockets like you were sharing where people are having experiences, identities, ways of seeing the world validated or clarified that is not coming from the professional field. So what I wanted to add is the man that I run the masculinity work with, his name is Justice Williams, and he always talks about polishing his armor. And when we first started working together, I was conflicted with that metaphor because I'm always thinking I carry pretty much all of the privileges you can in this country. And I've always thought about my work as taking armor off and being more vulnerable and opening. But to answer your question, like Justice as a Black trans man always is going to be under threat of others not wanting him to exist or his body not being right or stuff like that. And so when I've learned more about what he means, it is like it is a loving yourself and embracing your authentic self while also building some thick skin for a lot of stuff. And sometimes that's with irreverence, sometimes that's with other emotional processes. But I really do think there is a place, especially with the flood of input that we have in today's, to be able to do some discernment and try and check in to, am I feeling bad about this, but I disagree with it? Am I feeling bad about this and I agree with it? Like all that process can kind of help, not just internalize automatically.
I appreciate what you shared too about the finding fat activists to follow, finding weight inclusive providers, practitioners, influencers to follow, helping to create more drops in the bucket, so to speak, and planting more seeds. So I think that's great too. Since we're not getting kids off of phones, we can at least tell them who to follow. Abigail.
Me again. Join me on this journey as I try to form what question I want to ask. But kind of like going off of that. So I'm a chronic Instagrammer, like I'm on it all the time. There's cats in other places and I need to see them, you know. But I'm wondering, you know, I'm a dietitian, so I get the like tripod set up in a grocery store and people are talking about, you know, food killing you and you have to be thin and look a certain way. And I'm wondering if you have any commentary on like, where does the professional accountability of being in this space sort of turn into this personal accountability of reaching out and commenting, can you pack up your tripod and like go do something else? You know what I mean? I don't know if that's making any sense, but kind of is there a line? Should we always be in this headspace and always looking for ways to kind of challenge this normal way of thinking in the world? If you have any, you need me to clarify any of that too.
I have a real quick response that's somewhat tangential, but I just remember maybe 4 years, I think we had those that were not sick had a lot of time on our hands with COVID. And I went on like, I am going to respond to everything I see that I disagree with value-wise on social media. And it rarely led to what I would see as a change of opinion. It stirred me up. It made me feel worse. And so I don't think we shouldn't be doing that work. I just think if it's outside of a relational container where there actually is real dialogue, it's probably going to burn you out more than it is going to lead to change. And yeah, I don't think I agree with the advice of like pick a fight with every racist or every person that like has a very different, like, I think we have to actually build relationship to change ideas.
No, I think that's right. And I've had interns in my office in the last like few months or so. And there are things that, you know, are discussed in there. And, you know, some client or some of the clients' comments, you know, like that would be an hour-long conversation. We can't do that today. And so I think it's, you know, really, again, looking at how do I maintain this like rapport and relationship if it's in that realm, but also knowing that in a social aspect or even within friends and within family, like we may not always feel like we're in a safe space to be able to do that, nor do we maybe have all of the mental and emotional energy to do that. And it is true that you will burn yourself out faster than make a lot of change. And I think when we can actually enter into these conversations with a softness and with curiosity and not like, screwing everything up because I used to do that a lot. I'm working on that. But I think it invites in a lot more of like, oh, tell me more. I think there's maybe another way, or I think for a lot of us who have been here or work in this field, we've been really harmed by whether it be weight bias, anti-fat bias, oppression, trauma, all of these aspects. And so I think it's not letting that overwhelm you as well, so that we can have these nuanced conversations.
And I'll add that this is an endurance event. It's not a sprint. And so I think I could share this as Abby's partner. I think setting some boundaries about the media that you're also, consuming. And so, I benefited from it as well, but Abby would listen to podcasts, audiobooks, be reading books at night, all in this proactive space, which was great, but then it also made her be thinking about it and thinking about the injustice all of the time. And so be like, hey, why don't we try a fiction book that doesn't have to do with that? Or even our respective families, it often just comes up a lot because I think they're grappling with their own anti-fat bias and diet culture, knowing that we're in this space. And there's times where I'm kind of kicking Abby under the table a little bit of like, let's just not go down that road right now. And so I think picking and choosing your battles, both relationally, in one that maybe you can have some sway over time. And then also, I think if we're trying to be activists every moment of the day, that's going to be a hard road to do year after year after year.
I think building community with like-minded folks is crucial in endurance races.
I don't know who this is from, but I think it's relevant to this moment, and I saw it and it stuck with me, of the parable of the choir and thinking about some of these fights against oppressive systems, and a choir is able to hold a note for an infinitely long time because people can step off and take a breath and then come back. And so I think that's a really powerful metaphor for when you're engaging with this work. We do have to return to it, but we also have to be resourced, and then we also have to be paying attention to, is it discomfort, or is it actual burnout, or is it something else? What is getting in the way of us doing this work? Because the world's kind of a hard place right now.
That was the most beautiful analogy I've ever heard. Other questions? Cindy?
I mean, just today, listening to all of our speakers, and I mean, this morning, starting with the reality that we've known these facts for 30 years, and it's still not in, and there's evidence to back it up. It's really frustrating. So, and I do think we need to have you write an article, but I think we need to get this message out, because we've got to, I wish this room was completely packed with healthcare providers, because they need to be here. And I'm hoping online that we have other providers that can help share this message, because there's offices people are going to go to on Monday that are going to belittle people because of their weight. And we need to have this stopped. So I would encourage those of us that are researchers and clinicians, it's one person at a time, talking to a colleague, sharing evidence, but we really need to get more evidence out there where people see it, because I'm just really proud of everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Sorry, I couldn't contain myself. Oh, I have a thing to say about that. I think even kind of piggybacking off of both of those is that I was in the big, fight and fire space. And I think that was actually one thing with Body Inclusive Collective, with Jess and I and a colleague, Jen. We're like, how do we make change in our community, right? And it's like local politics, but it's like, how do we make change here and now? Because this is the thing that I deal with every single day. And these are the battles that I'm in every single day. And so how do I make this space more accountable and hopefully safer for individuals across the size spectrum, and have these conversations on the provider level in educational spaces, but also have community resources for people too, I think that that's really helpful. So if you're like, I don't know what to do, I don't know, maybe just like have a coffee thing online, like, hey, I'll be here if you want to talk about this, like show up. I think that can be really cool, so that there is solidarity in your community, and that there's other people around as well.
And if any of the clinicians are in a space to host continuing education once a month, a lunch and learn or something like that. Repackaging some of this, or I know that Abby and Jess and Jen have done presentations through the Body Inclusive Collective, or I'm sure any of us up here could potentially put something together. And so I think there's potentially opportunities to take leadership in the organization that you're a part of, even if you're not actually at the top of the hierarchy.
Great. Nick, go ahead.
It's an online question from Christy. Bear with me, it's a long one. The idea of screening for ACEs was mentioned. The 10-question ACE survey, much like BMI, was created for epidemiological research to predict risk, but was not intended as a screening tool. On an individual level, many who have been exposed to adversity are not overwhelmed by it. If you are asking clients about adversity and trauma, can you speak to the importance of also asking about elements of resilience and other protective factors as a more holistic approach to the conversation of mental health, adversity, trauma, and resilience?
I think I got that. So yes, I think it is.
Find the ACEs first.
Yeah, so the ACEs are adverse childhood experiences. So any sort of, if you've had a separation in your family, so your caregivers left, or there was only one caregiver, a death in the family, incarceration, weight stigma, thank you. What else? Substance use, and then not having access to food, right? And reliable, safe houses and environment. So there's a lot of things. I mean, I don't go through a specific questionnaire where I'm specifically screening, I'm not like, okay, let me add all these up, but a lot of it comes out in conversation. I'm like, tell me about your relationship to food growing up, and so that's where we get so much of like, I get to know what mom and dad and food was like in the house and all these different things. And so that opens up a much more, instead of just this data point of like, okay, I have this data point, what do I do with this? It allows me to then weave that into the conversation because they feel that's an important part of their story. So we can then intervene from that standpoint. I think there's also a lot of, when we look at, especially for me, looking at eating disorders and exercise and movement and all these different aspects of looking at them as a safety tool. When we start to use them and abuse them, I also worked in substance use for a while. When we're either restricting food or have a disordered relationship to it, if we are abusing movement or abusing substances, these are all things that we learn at a very young age. And that may be the only tool that kept us safe. And so I think as a clinician, it's really important to recognize that and not be like, that's bad, don't do that. But it's really looking at a harm reduction standpoint of how can we really start to understand why these behaviors were developed, and then how do we start to slowly unwind those so that you do have a safer, more resilient space in your body and in your environment too. Hope that answered it.
Yeah, and I would hope as clinicians, all of us, excuse me, up here and in this room, are looking more for patterns than trying to use one tool to define a person. And so I don't personally have those on my intake form, but I'm always trying to gauge, where is the nervous system of this person? Are they in a place where I can add a lot, or do I need to down regulate things to potentially help with pain and safety? And so, yeah, hopefully, we're all assessing for both resilience, but also things that they might need help managing.
More trauma-informed care, continuing education would be great too, Steve. For your next conference, trauma-informed care.
Can I just add to that really quick? I think that also it just goes back to treating the whole person. So again, it's not using you don't have to use a screener for an eating disorder or for ACEs or for, it's just asking one question or getting the whole picture when we talk about social determinants of health or any of the things, looking at the whole person. There's not one indicator for health. And I think that's kind of where this all comes back to when I think about weight inclusive care is with weight and BMI, we've gotten sort of lazy, for lack of a better term, of what equals health. And there's not one thing, it's multidimensional. And so thinking critically about what is what is all of the factors to this, and what questions are we asking? And it doesn't have to be a certified screening question, but getting the whole picture for the patient.
Yeah, I'm thinking how much to say on this. I don't use the screen. I'm very familiar with the ACEs research, and I actually think culturally, based off my experiences as a therapist, people are much more likely to have had the idea of resilience kind of force fed down their throats over and over and over again. And you talk to trauma survivors, people with trauma, and they're tired about hearing about how resilient and strong they are. And so I actually think giving space for people to have hardship, to suffer, to fall apart together with someone in a caring environment, you're going to see their resilience. You don't really have to do too much, but like, again, seeing the whole person, not doing different screeners where you get numbers and you compare them. I just think I just would be remiss not to share. We have to also make space. I get to do more of it than some providers because that is often the context people choose to work with me from. And yeah, I think there's a lot more harm of people, especially men actually in my masculinity work, feeling like they're never allowed to break down or have traumas or have weaknesses than it is that their resiliences are not being heard. So.
Great. We have time for maybe one more question. Yeah.
And it was a follow-up from Christy's question for Kimmy. Let me, as I scroll way too far. It's regarding mental health in the US and how it's embedded in Western science and medicine. Other cultures may view mental health, its symptoms and meanings in different ways. We as clinicians understand our mental health can greatly influence food choice and dietary behaviors. How do we begin to talk about the role of mental health on food choice behaviors with other cultures who have different understanding and meaning of mental health, trauma, adversity, etc.?
That's such a good question. Okay, this is where I think I'm very spoiled by living in New York, because we have therapists and like providers from all different backgrounds, like every different community. So my first recommendation would be, if you can find someone that works in mental health from that community, it would probably be the best place to start, especially because there are things, even if you work with an interpreter, that just get lost in translation. I think something else to keep in mind is that there is a lot of stigma around mental health in different cultures, where it's sometimes seen in a very binary way. So it might be less about psychoed from trying to break down mental health completely, but more of maybe giving more real life examples without going too deep into the psychoed. I think that can be a good way to go about it.
All right. Other thoughts on that? Steve, are you wrapping us up or am I? Okay, come on up. So as Steve's walking up here, I just want to thank our panel. Let's give them a round of applause. This was everything I hoped it would be. And thank you again to our speakers, to Kimmy, Jeff, Janet, and I think Glenn did not stick around, but what an amazing event. And thank you to our committee planning members like Megan and Natalie, Jay and Steve and Cindy and Nick. So awesome. But come on up, Steve.
One more promotion. So 3 of us up here all work at Evolve. We are doing a Pride event on June 22nd. So please come enjoy, eat donuts. There'll be some drag. Should be a lot of fun.
Wait, I also want to thank this guy right here, Dr. Steve Palmer. Yeah.
Well, I get the job of trying to summarize and wrap up what we heard today. And once again, thanks to you all for being here and to all our tremendous panelists and speakers. So wrapping it up, here's some of what I think we all heard. There's an understanding that focusing on weight is ineffective to improving health. Being fit, being active, eating well connects with health, while focusing on weight management as the target of the intervention clearly does not. And I think preaching to the choir here, right? And we need to acknowledge that for many folks, seeing the scale when first going into our primary care physician or doctor's offices, probably it is traumatic. So let's focus on human-centered care. We heard that. I think it's important to acknowledge that genetics and culture, we heard, impact body size, and social pressures for perfection really vary tremendously based on culture. Hopefully we can get to the point where we recognize that perfection is an individual perception. I wish we could just say that ignore your mom when she says you're fat, right? Not to mention there's the Bollywood and Hollywood. I wish we could ignore their influence, but it is considerable. You know, there's truth, and this one's for Jeff. Jeff's neighbor up in Ohio really came up with Victoria's Secret, right? Made up by a dude in Ohio, right? So, I mean, and these are unrealistic norms, that ideal. So let's center our practice on actual measures of health. Weight stigma is, as Jeff said, nasty. Lifestyle within our lived culture is paramount. Forget focusing on weight. Let's focus on being active, eating well, and being around people we love and who support us, right? So human first approach, treating the whole person is definitely worth it. So once again, thanks to our fabulous speakers and panelists. Thank you, Don, Megan, Natalie, our planning committee. All these presentations and the recording for today will be available on the Center for Health Equity Research website. And then we have a QR code as soon as the panelists are down. If you could please scan the QR code with the survey. We'd love your feedback about the survey today, but enjoy the rest of the summer in June and travel safely. Thanks for coming.